Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I am Tracy Shuchart, Senior Economist, and joining me today is Craig Shapiro, Macro Strategist. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Anthony and Jim are out today, but they both will be back tomorrow. So overnight, let's get into the markets a little bit. Overnight, we have indices slightly up with NQ NASDAQ, a bit softer on NVIDIA news, which we'll get into in a minute. In bonds, 10-year yield sitting around 4.07%. Energy slightly higher after attacks on Russian oil facilities over the weekend, and gold, silver, and platinum also slightly soft, but not a lot of movement in the markets overall overnight. In the news, we have China targets NVIDIA over the 2020 deal. So China has ruled that NVIDIA violated anti-monopoly laws in a high-profile 2020 deal, ratcheting up kind of pressure on Washington during sensitive trade negotiations. We have the U.S. trade team meeting with China today. So we do have NVIDIA shares fell about 2% in pre-market this morning. And they also are launching an anti-dumping investigation on semiconductors made by U.S. companies, including Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments is also down this morning. We have some news on TikTok. So the U.S. says it's going to press ahead with the TikTok ban if China does not drop tariff demands. Trump posted that he is willing to let the TikTok ban go ahead. We had Besant say that our Chinese counterparts have become very aggressive, and we will see if we can get there, but we're not willing to sacrifice national security for a social media app. So this is part of the trade negotiations that are going on right now. Wall Street strategists see stock rally stalling on the Fed rate cut. They think that the U.S. rally risk temporarily running out of steam after the Federal Reserve cut this week. Remember, we talked to Brent Johnson last week, and he kind of said the same thing. So we have Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and Oppenheimer, all asset management, all warned that a more cautious tone may replace the bullish news as investors focus instead on the economic slowdown. So we'll see what happens later this week. We now have traders pricing in a 94.2% chance of a 25 basis point cut at the FOMC meeting and 5.8% of a 50 basis point cut, according to the CME Fed Watch tool. We do also have Elon Musk purchased about $1 billion worth of Tesla shares. This was noted in a regulatory filing that happened on September 12th. Tesla is up 7.3% this morning on that. Next, we have Marin, who is taking over Krugler's position at the Fed, is expected to be confirmed today, just in the nick of time to vote for FOMC. We know he is a dub. And that wraps up some of the big headlines overnight. Craig, what caught your eye?
Yeah, I thought you weren't going to mention the Elon thing, which I got to that at the end there. But, clearly we have support from Elon taking Tesla shares up. But I thought as you were speaking, we got some more, we got a Trump Truth Social for whatever reason. Not sure what spawned this, but he is talking about maybe companies should no longer be forced to report quarterly earnings. So I'm not exactly sure what spawned that. He thinks maybe we'd be better if we just reported them every 6 months. This will save money and allow managers to focus on properly running their companies. Did you ever hear the statement that, quote, China has a 50 to 100-year view on management of a company, whereas we run our companies on a quarterly basis? Not good, triple exclamation. So clearly something has got Trump a little bit concerned about why we're reporting quarterly earnings. I have no idea what that's all about. But look, it's Fed week. It's options expiry week. It's roll week for futures. So it's an action-packed week. But today is kind of quiet on the macro front. I think we only have one of the regional PMIs today. Tomorrow, retail sales, I think will be very interesting because I suspect that it will give a little more color to whether or not the economy is slowing slowly more rapidly, and whether or not the Fed's decision later this week to cut, which looks like it'll be 25. We'll be talking to our guest later this morning about his thoughts, but whether or not the Fed should be doing more and more aggressively. I think retail sales will be a very good indicator for the strength or weakness of the economy as we move into the fall and kind of push into the full impact of tariffs and how it's been impacting the consumer. So, but otherwise today, pretty quiet morning on the news front. But with the event later this week with the Fed on Wednesday, still a lot to get to.
Yeah, absolutely. On the data front, all we have today is 8:30 a.m. We have Empire State Manufacturing. That is a non-market mover, and so that's all we have today. As far as data is concerned. So again, a very quiet day, but we do have a jam-packed rest of the week, and then we have a break on Friday with also no news. So it will be an interesting week for sure. What are you kind of expecting as far as market action leading up to the Fed and after the Fed, Craig?
Yeah, we've been talking for the last couple of weeks just about how systematic flows, CTAs, vol control funds were very long, very involved in markets. It had been struggling. The S&P had been struggling to kind of break out through that 6,500, 6,505 cash level where that big JP Morgan strike is for the end of the quarter. But on Friday, basically the combination of Thursday and Friday with the CPI coming in, basically in line, but the expectations for core PCE that came out of that, which will be a data point that the Fed looks at, we're on a little bit on the lighter side for the inflation print. And then we got that big jump in weekly jobless claims, which may or may not have been accurate or not. There's some talk about fraud or some issues in Texas about how sustainable that jump in claims will be. But both of those things kind of led to the markets really moving, pushing higher. And then on Friday, we had weaker than expected consumer expectations and hotter than expected consumer inflation expectations from the University of Michigan survey, and that markets kind of digested that very well too. So we really were able to break through that zone. It'll be interesting to see kind of how the market trades into for that this week. I suspect into the Fed we're just going to have a little bit more of vol selling and some rotation. Nvidia down, Tesla up, IWMs right now modestly outperforming. Probably not a lot of fireworks between now and Wednesday at 2 o'clock. But again, retail sales tomorrow, I think will be very interesting because what we have is evidence of a slowing labor market for sure. All the data points we've been getting, over the course of the last couple of weeks and couple of months on the labor momentum continues to deteriorate. That would suggest a Fed that should be cutting rates. And then on the inflation data, we've been talking and seeing, more in the camp of sticky inflation. Really no sustainable progress down to 2% inflation, and the Fed that's kind of on the margin of abandoning that goal for the near term and starting to focus more specifically on the labor mandate. But I think retail sales kind of adds the third dimension here on the speed of the slowdown. I know we'll talk to our guest later this morning about his thoughts on the slowdown, but if we get some softer than expected retail sales momentum here for the month of August reported on Tuesday, tomorrow, I think people might get a little bit more concerned that the economy really is showing more signs of strain and that some of this slowdown in the labor market is broadening out, and that the Fed only cutting 25 basis points in their September meeting may not be enough, right? And then we're starting to talk about an economy that needs more accommodation, a Fed that's slow, too late, as Trump likes to call Chair Powell, and maybe a market that is full already here on the long side from systems and quants and algos in an expiry week. We could see some more protracted selling to exit the week and into the back half of September, where we all know the seasonals are more negative. So I think that will be it'll be an interesting tell tomorrow at 8:30 with that retail sales print.
Yeah, absolutely. And, at the back half of the month, we also have buyback blackout period. And so there's a lot going on in the markets, even after roll. And also, just as a reminder, a lot of retail platforms have auto rolled to Z to December in the indices. So check your platform and check kind of the volume in each contract. I suspect Z will get a lot more volume today because many of these retail platforms have already auto rolled to Z. So keep that in mind as you are trading today. I think going back to the Fed, what you were talking about, Craig. I think what's interesting is we know 25 is baked in the cake, but I think if they do 50, does that spook the market because maybe the economy is weaker than we thought? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, this Fed led by Chair Powell has done very little over the last, over his term to disappoint or, do things that the market wasn't expecting. So we've moved the odds for 25 are basically, 90, 95%. The odds for a 50 are in the, 5 to 10% camp. I think if we wanted to if the Fed wanted to move in the direction of 50, we would have had a Nick Timiraos article over the weekend, or we would have had some momentum to kind of push the odds into that direction. So look, I don't think the market believes that the Fed has information that is different than what it is seeing. I think the market believes that everyone has the same information, and so I don't suspect we're going to get 50 from the Fed because the odds really aren't there. But I think it is the case that we are seeing a slowing economy, and I suspect we probably will see some dissents from the doves on the Fed. We know that Governors Waller and Bowman dissented at the July meeting because they wanted a cut at that point. And with the labor market data that's come since that meeting being worse, I suspect they may say, look, we should have cut in July. We know we're cutting here. We should have done on 50. So we're dissenting because we thought the first cut should be 50. I think that there's a possibility that if Steve Marin gets in today, which looks like he is, I suspect it'll be interesting to see his first vote will likely also be a dissent. And so, look, you could have these kind of bizarre dynamics where we get some sort of 6-3 vote with 3 dissents, looking for a larger than expected cut. But I think the more interesting thing will be how does the dot plot that the Fed puts out at this meeting look for the rest of the year. There's 2 more meetings. Right now, the market is pricing in a very aggressive, cutting campaign, not only for this year with the 3 cuts, but even for next year. And for the most part, markets are now pricing in more cuts than really any Fed members were looking for, except for one, for next year. And so it's likely, obviously, that the dot plot's going to show now more cuts for next year. But I just think there's a strong group of hawks on the Fed, led by Hammock and Logan and Musalem and Schmid from Kansas City, that are more concerned that inflation has not been arrested. And so I don't suspect we're going to get a dot plot that looks like where the market is currently pricing. And so there's some scope for disappointment there if that's what transpires. So again, I don't think 50 is coming because we would have already been told by the Fed whisperer that it was coming, but I do think that the Fed will be kicking this off, and there will be more cuts, and that that's coming. But the market knows that, right? The market has been priced for this. We've been talking about Fed rate cuts for months now, and that's accelerated since the July meeting. So, are we in a situation now where it's better to have traveled than to have arrived? Right? We arrive at the Fed cut on Wednesday. All of a sudden, everybody's in. What do we do next? And so. I think that's, time will tell on that front.
I kind of feel like this is last year where the market was pricing in. Remember at the beginning of the year, market was pricing in like 5 rate cuts. At the beginning of the year, we got none. And so I feel like the market keeps getting ahead of itself because it just wants these rate cuts so badly. But then on the flip side of that, if you do get all these rate cuts, what does that say about the economy? And another thought is, looking at inflation, obviously it's sticky, 2.9, 3.1%. Do you think the Fed has kind of given up on 2 and is kind of willing to accept a band from 2 to 3%?
Yeah, I mean, we're never going to hear that officially, but they clearly have this dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability, and they speak about a world where if we start to move further away from one of the mandates, then we focus on that mandate. And so, I guess in their mind, as the labor market deteriorates further, there's more. They have more ability to act to try to address that concern. I think the issue is that we are still very far away from 2%. So it's not clear to me that with the unemployment rate in the 4.2, 4.3% camp, that we're very far away from maximum employment. So I think the market is trying to force and push the Fed in that direction. Obviously, looking for more easing, and we've seen the rotations that have taken place in the markets where interest rate sensitive companies and housing and autos and small caps have really started to benefit from this idea that the Fed was going to be cutting. But if the Fed is cutting into a slowdown that is getting worse, whereby the interest rate cuts really are late and aren't going to do much, then if you look back over history, that's been a pretty bad time to be rotating portfolios into an aggressive, cyclical construct. And so, plenty of charts that look back at these prior easing cycles. If we are cutting into what looks like a recession, that's typically bad for stocks, typically bad for risk assets. If the Fed is cutting into an economy that doesn't need it, that's typically good for stocks. And so right now we are pricing in what seems to be a Fed that is cutting into an economy that doesn't need it. But more data that comes out this week, I think will confirm or deny that reality.
And what do you think the bond market does on this? I mean, we're kind of still in a band. We really haven't broken out either way yet, but we are kind of on that upper end of the band. Do we see a pullback or in the bonds, meaning higher yields, or do we finally break out and then we suddenly have everybody that's short bonds kind of having to chase the market higher?
Yeah, it started to feel like over the course of the last week or so, bond shorts beginning to capitulate a little bit. I mean, we started the month with a big move higher in yields, particularly at the long end, driven by some of the softness in European long end and Japanese long end. But over the course of the last couple of weeks here, bond markets have rallied on back of this slowing labor data, and on the inflation front, not really spiraling out of control. So again, I think the bond market is becoming more concerned about the strength of the U.S. economy, and so we're seeing as the front end yields move lower, kind of drawing in the back end, and so yields are moving over. We breached 4% on 10 years for a little bit last week, and so look, I think if the data continues to show signs of slowness, I suspect we're going to get a little bit more of that capitulation on the bond front. So I think that's again, and if the Fed is unwilling to, deliver a rapid pace of rate cuts that are currently expected, that's likely to mean that the bond market's going to rally even further, because it suggests that the Fed is not willing or ready to address this slowdown in growth, and so that could be the final nail in the coffin for some of those bond shorts. So. But Tracy, I know we have great lineup of guests for the week. Great guests today. Maybe you can give us a little bit of a background on who's coming up and what's going on here. Yeah,
absolutely. We have Andy Constan. We've had him on before, but it's been a while, so looking forward to getting his views on the market. He is CEO of Damp Spring Advisors. He's also a partner at Two Gray Beards. He's worked at Bridgewater, Brave and Howard, Salomon Brothers. He's been in the business forever, and so looking forward to talking to him about what his views are on the equity and bond markets in particular.
Yeah, I love Andy's stuff. He likes to mix it up on Twitter with with anybody and everybody, but I think his framework for evaluating risk assets, and I know his combination of his beta suggestions and his alpha portfolios are great. He's a great follow. So let's bring Andy into the conversation here and see what he has to say.
Hey guys.
Hey Andy.
Good morning, Andy.
How are you?
Doing well. So big week this week, Fed week, expiry week. I know you've been talking about a slowdown in the economy for quite some time. And it seems like the bond market is reacting to that reality not so much in credit markets and really not so much in the equity markets. So curious your thoughts here on what's that dichotomy been about, and kind of how are you set up and thinking about the Fed and their reaction this week?
Yeah, so really it all comes down to policymaker actions and those policymaker actions causing a tightening in financial conditions, causing a slowing impulse on the economy. And those go back to the Fed cutting 50 basis points and having the bond market puke on that and causing long-term bond yields to rise significantly. They're still quite a bit. Some of the rates are lower, but the long end is still quite a bit higher than it was a year ago. And then there's the policymakers from the fiscal side, where in January, I've been on higher for longer island for a long time, since COVID, where the economy is very strong on an income-driven economy, that elevated asset markets are supportive to the economy for a long time, and expected that to continue until a combination of financial conditions led by the bond market and the Trump policies turned me to bearish on the economy overall in January. That's when I went bearish on the economy. And I'm still there. All those things have basically come to pass. I didn't expect much from the Doge cuts, and I did expect some expenditure cuts, which we got in the OBBB. I was surprised that they used it to pay taxes, but then the tariffs became quite a bit more of an impact. But going back to January, you still had immigration being one of the strongest impacts, which was a anti-growth inflationary impulse. So I got lucky and was very short going into 2020, into March and April, and made my year. And now I've been battling since around 5,700 on the S&P with a short equity, long bond position, long STIR position in particular. So I've been essentially short equities, long twos. The twos have worked great. Fed cuts matter to the 2-year note, matter to the front end of the curve, and those have worked great. But equities has been a slog, and so here we are at all-time highs. And when I look at the economy, I still see all of the elements of a slowdown, and only recently, and it's been really since mid-August, have we seen any data that supports a slowdown dynamic? Now, I'm confident that we're in the midst of a slowdown, and I'm confident markets are going to reprice based on that slowdown. But data always, in particular labor data, always lags conditions. And so you're just simply not going to get to make money in markets by saying, gosh, I want to be expecting a slowdown. I want to be long bonds ahead of after the slowdown data confirms a slowdown. Now, equities is a gift, in my opinion, at this stage, in that it really is pricing in absolutely no aspect of a slowdown. Credit markets, they're okay. They're also tight, and so are not pricing in a slowdown. But I actually respect the credit markets as being consistent with a corporate economy that is in pretty good shape. And the credit conditions aren't going to necessarily get a hell of a lot worse in the short term. So I think it's about being short equities at this stage, but the bond market has moved a lot. Now, the question that I have is, does the bond market currently reflect a slowdown? And the answer to that is it absolutely does not. The 10-year at 410 is not a recessionary or even a slowdown sort of level when the trough interest rate for Fed cuts is 3%, a little under 3%. That's a fairly normal 100 basis point curve from trough rate, steepness from trough rate. So the question that now you have to look at is what is the trough rate? At 3%, it's far lower than what the Fed thinks it is based on their June SEP. And so there's a lot of work that has to happen at this meeting to outdove the market. The DEES 26 Fed funds dot was at 3.6%. The DEES 26 Fed funds contract is sub 3. So that's 60 odd basis points of work that the committee has to signal they're ready just to support current pricing in the front end of the yield curve. And so you say to yourself, well, that means it's a good short. Well, the SEP is just guidance, and it's guidance by 19, 18 people probably this time. And, they have a range of opinions, and the median is the median, and you never know what the Fed's going to ultimately do. So the dot plot doesn't control the narrative, it doesn't control the market, certainly. But you have to say to yourself, what would it take to really cause the front end of the yield curve to meaningfully drop below 3%? And the FOMC is not going to do it. They literally can't dove enough based on the membership of the committee, based on the dot plots, to get below 3%. So what it's going to take is actual slowdown data. So my view on the bond market is the front end it's not in terrible shape. Like they're gonna guide down. Those dots are coming down. They're not going to be 3.6. They may be 3.4. I think they're going to be 3.1, but they're still going to be less dovish than the market. So you have to say to yourself, is there any upside in the front end of the yield curve? Not really. Are twos a bargain? Not really, unless you get a true slowdown. And listen, I think we're going to get a true slowdown, but I don't think the market thinks that. So, there's many, many players out there who think the Fed is going to make a policy mistake that's going to cause the back end of the yield curve to puke, that's going to cause equities and gold to rip, and that there is no slowdown in the horizon. There's a very strong contingent of nothing stops this train. Trump is going to pump, all those sort of things that show that the economy should have no downside at all. And so I think it's going to take months of weak data to get the next leg of a bond market rally. So I'm not going to own any bonds going into the FOMC.
And what do you think the market reaction is going to be after this Fed meeting? We've talked to a lot of people. Some think that, the market's going to rip on it. Some people think the market's not going to like it, and we actually get a pullback. What are your thoughts?
Well, as I said, I think so firstly, I was calling for 50 basis points cuts in June in the SEPT meeting. We're not going to get that. So is that a disappointment to me? No, I think it's fine. 25, get started, it's fine. We're not going to get 50. If we do get 50, I think the market will have an interesting reaction just because it'll be surprised. I honestly don't know how it'll play out. But we're going to get 25. So now the question is, what else are we going to get at the meeting? We're going to get the dot plot and we're going to get Powell. Stepping back for a moment, the composition of the committee is different, is in flux. Kugler's out, so her hawkish dot, her bullish economy outlook on inflation in particular is gone. So that disappears, and it gets replaced with Moran, who's, I think it's almost certain, is going to be advocating for 3 or more cuts this year and more cuts next year, and an economy that is high growth and low inflation, because he's a political agent. Fine, I assume he makes it, but if he doesn't, it's going to be a harder message to come out of the SEP. I don't know about Cook. Cook is most likely a dot that aligns perfectly with Powell, sort of a medium dot, a median dot. And so her not being allowed to participate, I honestly don't think she should, but that's getting into politics. I don't have a strong view on that. I don't think she will. And so that'll leave 18 members. The dot plot is going to look, it seems very clear to me that the 2025 dot of two cuts is going to take a lot, even more than all those things I said, which favor more cuts, a lot to get to pricing in three cuts. So we're going to end up with a 3.9, one more cut in either November or December sort of dot. And then we're going to look to the 2026 dot, which I said was very elevated at 3.6. I think we could go as low as 3.1. So in that outcome, again, it doesn't outdove the market. So to me, bonds don't have much upside in that outcome, and stocks don't have much upside in that outcome. And so given that it could be worse than that, it could be more hawkish than my view. They could keep the 2026 dot at 3.4, for instance, suggesting a shallow path to rate cuts. That could be more negative, more hawkish. But given that I think it's going to be very difficult to outdove the market, I'm basically lining up with just not a great thing to go into owning any portfolio of assets, including gold and bonds and stocks. And, that's how I'll be set up.
Then let's move over to the QRA. We have the Treasury's quarterly refunding. What do you expect from QRA and buyback programs in terms of liquidity and yield direction into late 2025 into this fourth quarter?
Right. So let's step back and start with the what's happening now, which is that the Treasury is raising 250. I think they need 250 billion more just to get to their TGA, Treasury General Account level. So between now and the end of this month, there's going to be an interesting dynamic that happens where the RRP, which is essentially zero already, and may always be slightly positive, goes essentially to zero. And a combination of people selling their, paying their taxes, their 2025 September estimated tax, both corporate and personal, is going to drag reserves out of the financial market, which get burned up because of tax payments, and that'll raise the Treasury General Account, and more bills issuance will suck reserves out of the system. So we have a pretty sharp, very narrow window between now and month end where reserve balances at banks are going to be under significant pressure, like close to 10% of reserve balances could be sucked from the system in the next 3 weeks. Now, should that have any impact? Are we going to go into a 2019 sort of financing issue? Well, that's the rub. Are reserves ample, abundant, or scarce? We've been told by all of the Federal Reserve members that reserves are abundant, lots and lots of reserves at the system level, and ample at the individual bank level with some meaningful scarcity with certain banks and superabundance with others. And so this is a test of the bank reserves market that we haven't seen since QE started and now QT nearing its end, that will suck reserves out of the market and potentially create funding stress. Now, I don't see funding stress, so I think it is unlikely to be a major factor, but it is something that's on my mind. And so as a marker for that, I pay a great deal of attention to the standing repo facility, which is sort of the mirror image of the RRP. If that were to spike meaningfully, like hundreds of billions, and financing spreads between Fed funds and the interbank funding market for reserve borrowing and lending for reserves market were to spike, that would be concerning, meaningfully concerning for me. So that's what I'm looking at, but I don't expect anything. As to issuance, it all comes down to, at some level, the budget deficit, and the budget deficit comes down to the legality and ability to collect tariffs, which we should get in by judgment from the Supreme Court by the end of November. And if positive for Trump, there'll be less financing needs. If negative for Trump, there'll be a huge spike in financing needs as the existing tariff revenue has to be paid back, and then an ongoing meaningful budget deficit. I think it's going to be the former case, that somehow Trump will get away with continuing to tariff the taxpayers of the country with a sizable tax, which will continue the slowdown dynamic I've been talking about. And issuance will not have significant pressures to sizably increase, which means likely that the Treasury Secretary will continue to issue the same amount of coupon auctions as they have. So that would be my early, it's still two months away, my early expectation of what happens in early November at the QRA, that there is no change in auction sizes because there is still, there's not a sudden increase in the deficit.
Andy, talk a little about this camp of folks who are thinking the slowdown is behind us, the recession has already happened, and we're going to head on into greener pastures for 2026, really without ever really pricing in, to risk assets the slowdown. Or maybe they priced it in the middle of April, and we had our fun back then. But it seems like there's a growing camp of folks who believe this AI CapEx build out is going to lead to resurgent PMIs, and that the wealth effect from asset prices elevates consumption across the wealthy, and that's going to reaccelerate this economy for 2026. Maybe talk a little bit about that camp and how that differs from what you're thinking, and are we just waiting for this data and the slowdown when it was just basically you were calling for it in January? Maybe it's a little bit late to show up, doesn't mean it's not going to happen, and maybe the tariff pre-buying was part of the issue there. Maybe just help me understand that dichotomy a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, like every market, there's a bull and a bear case, and I actually weigh all of the cases. Like, how can you be an investor if you don't consider the bull cases and stake a claim that everything is bearish all the time? Things are not bearish all the time. In fact, things are always a combination of bearish and bullish, and so you have to weigh them. And so it's the weighing that matters. It's not who can come up with a bear case and who can come up with a bull case. It's the weighing of all the things that are happening in economy. And so I place a tremendous amount of weight on the tariff decision. And so that's a digital. If there are no more tariffs allowed, that's a digital, and the stocks are going to do great and bonds are going to do badly. And if tariffs are allowed, it should be the opposite. You should get a slowdown. So there's a bull, even within a bull, and even within my bearish case, I'd flip on a dime if I was told that tariffs were going to be eliminated. So I think the things that you mentioned, which a lot of people lean on as the bull case, are bullish. I sent around something that says recently that showed that from an aggregate supply and demand of equities, you have to be bullish equities because they are becoming scarce. Every day, there is less equity shares to buy that should raise its price. So that's one thing that you didn't mention. You did mention the wealth effect, and the wealth effect has an effect. It certainly is the case that if you look at the long history of markets, as people get wealthier, they borrow against that wealth and spend. And so it's definitely true that the wealth effect is contributing positively to GDP today. My estimates are it's 20-ish basis points, which is far, far less than the 100 basis points of negative impact of tariffs and the 50 to 100 basis points of negative impact of immigration. And so when I weigh the things, I say, yeah, wealth effects super bullish, but not relative to conditions. You mentioned AI. Clearly, AI is bullish, and it has been bullish since January 10th, 2023. That theme has dominated the market. My view on that is what's happening, and likely to continue to happen, is there's the end user of AI, which is, listen, it's me. Every day I use a different AI tool and I'm getting better and better at using it, and I'm spending money. And corporations who are in the midst of spending money on protecting their business from the threat of AI, which is really the threat of the Joneses, who are their competitors across the street, who are spending on AI. So there's sort of a rush to spend just to maintain one's own business in the non-AI space, which to me is, it better pay off, because it's not like these companies have been the winners in the economy over the last few years. They've been struggling over the last few years, and those winners, those struggling companies that are saying, I got to spend on AI, must be spending less on some of their things that make their businesses better normally. So it better pay off, but they're in an arms race, so they must spend. And so who gets the spending? Well, firstly, the hyperscalers, and then subsequently, the hyperscalers have been turning 100% of their increase in revenues into GPUs. And so NVIDIA and its competitors and the people that build other peripherals to the GPU have been the ultimate beneficiary of that spending. So the hyperscalers spending every dollar it gets. NVIDIA is doing great with that spending. That's pure revenue for them. But the hyperscalers have historically spent every dollar of revenue in other ways. They've either saved it as cash or used it to buy their own shares. And so you've got this tension between whether capital investment is going to go to GPUs or shares. And so far they're funding both, but their cash balances are falling. And then there's the end spending. And we all saw that MIT report where 95% of spending is throwing away money. I think there's going to be some regurgitation of that spending urge in any sort of slowdown. And so, but it's a bull case. If things keep going and the spending in the end side keeps going, and even more, if people see value from that spend, then that flywheel keeps going. And, that is a bull case.
Andy, I know you have a hard out here in a minute. We really appreciate your time. Everyone should really follow Andy's work on Twitter at Damp Spring, and we'll put that in the show notes about his views. But Andy, thanks again for joining us. Great insights as always.
It was a pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Love Andy's stuff, Trace.
Yeah.
It's just he just has a way of synthesizing these concepts so simply, and it looks like his thought is we're pretty fully priced for the Fed, right? I mean, it's going to be hard for the Fed to deliver a very dovish message for markets.
Right.
So that was kind of my big takeaway. What you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's awesome how he looks at every situation. He may have a bias in one way or other, but he always kind of researches the other side of that opinion. But 100%, he's right. I mean, everything is priced to perfection right now, but there are risks on the horizon, as he mentioned. So.
Yeah, no, makes a ton of sense. Well, Trace, thank you very much. Great insights as always. We're going to bring on Farm to talk about the setup for the rest of the day. Good morning, Farm. How are you?
I'm doing well this morning. How are you doing, Craig?
Good. Pleasure to meet you officially here as my first time filling in for Deli. But hopefully you heard a little bit of that conversation with Andy. My first question for you really is kind of how are you seeing the markets today? What's the game plan? And how do you deal with, when a big event is coming, let's say in the middle of the week, thinking about positioning into that event or, a couple days in advance versus kind of a couple minutes in advance? Maybe help us understand a little bit of your framework there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got two things going on this week from a futures trader's perspective, right? You've got contract roll and you have FOMC. And so things can be a little bit weird with contract roll. And we're in a situation where obviously everything on all time frames is extremely bullish. It always is when you're trading in a new all-time high, right? But these are key inflection points. Both issues are key inflection points. You often see meaningful, local highs or local lows made with a contract roll. And obviously, FOMC is a major catalyst. I mean, the market is pricing basically what's going to happen with the FOMC. Trump wants 69 basis points, but he's probably going to get 25. So it's a pretty well-known event. The market's very much been looking forward to this. I mean, look, Craig, if you look at the chart from 2022 October to now, you can see this market desperately needs rate cuts, and they're finally going to get them. Am I right? I'm just straight up and to the right. Desperately needs rate cuts. So, I'm a little bit worried that it could be a sell the news event, but I come in, I'm going to be, I think Deli would say, keep it light into a contract roll week. And I kind of do the same. But look, participants have decisions to make this week. And for the most part, they're going to wait probably until after FOMC. But I will say in December, we had a significant shift in the tape right ahead of that. And so I spend most of this week when we've got both roll and FOMC trying to ferret out what participants are doing, because there's a lot of participants that are doing what they have to do, which is rolling contracts. And then there's participants positioning ahead of, the event, FOMC, doing, what they want to do. And ferreting that out can be very, very difficult. So it requires, a lot of attention. And so for me, I'm generally not looking, I'm not looking to buy the all-time highs for, some kind of a new swing long. But it also is a pretty difficult situation to want to short this, right? So for me, I think day traders are in a good position, right? Where we can just, sit on our hands, wait for a good setup, execute that trade, and then just wait and see what happens when all the dust settles. So that's kind of where I'm at for this week. It's just a very important week for a number of reasons. Very easy to get your signals mixed. And so, again, it requires just a lot of attention to what's going on in the action.
No, that makes sense. It seems like we finally have a situation where fundamental actors are going to have to decide how they want to be setting up the portfolios, not only for the rest of the quarter, but, for the rest of the year. And, Fed meetings often act as, change of direction type events. Expiries can act as change of direction type events. And, we've been talking the last couple of weeks about how the systematic community of vol control funds and CTAs are very invested in the market, but fundamental players a little bit less so, as there's a little bit more concern about maybe the slowing of the economy and what the Fed's going to do in order to address that. And are we slow? Or is the Fed cutting into an economy that needs it, or just an economy and a market that wants it? And so, but it seems like now we finally have all participants will be acting as of say 2:30 on Wednesday, and decisions will be made. So in your mind, it's better to, from your process, kind of wait and see the reactions, see how the levels hold or don't hold, and kind of react accordingly, as opposed to being too pre-positioned into such a fundamental catalyst like that?
Yeah, certainly in a situation, an environment where we're at now, again, trading at all-time highs. Why are you looking to initiate, some kind of a new swing long up on the moon when we are priced for perfection? Why are you also looking to fade it when sellers have accomplished absolutely nothing? Now, it might be a different situation. So let's say, I've got these boxes on my chart, which I can get to in a minute. It might be a different situation where, like, let's say Friday ahead of an FOMC, or even that week, right? If we had come down to like the bottom of one of these ranges, right, and we see some kind of a failed break to the downside, and I'm able to get into a long at the bottom of one of these ranges, ride it to the top, take some profits, and then ride some runners into the event, like that's a very different situation. But where we're at today, there's no setup for anything on the long or the short side. Now, I will cover, an option that could set up on kind of shorter frames to roll something into FOMC. So I was kind of hoping we would get some weakness today to set this up, and we still could, right? We haven't even opened yet, but let's say today ends up red. We've peaked above Friday's high on both ES and NQ. Let's say that move fails, and we end up seeing some weakness below Friday's low. So that's going to bring, the daily to balance. And that's basically what these boxes are, representing balance. And let's say it came back to, roughly like Thursday's open. That would just create a new box here, right? And so then let's say Tuesday comes in and we get some failed break to the downside or whatever, that reverses back in, and I want to take a long. I can look to do that. And again, same situation, a little tighter to work with than one of these prior ranges. But that's a situation where like I can get it in good with a very well-defined risk and, decent reward anyways. Take some profits back up at what, would be the top of the prospective range. And then if I want to ride something into FOMC, that's fine. So, but for me, if I'm going to take something into a catalyst, like I'm not going to ride my gut. I'm not going to say, okay, I think this is sell the news, or, I think the markets are going to moon on this. I'm not looking to guess. I'm looking to manage my risk with some kind of a clearly defined setup if I'm looking to swing into it at all. Which, again, I will do if there's some perfect setup ahead of it that allows me to accomplish what I'm looking to accomplish. But in this situation, to me, there's nothing doing. So it's just day trades, pick off a few scalps and let the dust settle.
Yeah. No, I know what my fundamental bias is about the strength of the economy, what the Fed may or may not do. And so I have a lean in my mind. But when the charts don't set up that way, I sometimes find difficulty. I know you come about it maybe more from a, certainly a charts first, fundamentals second mentality. That's the opposite of kind of how I frame it. But from someone like me who's looking from a more fundamental perspective, what would the charts need to suggest, or what kind of, breakouts or breakdowns would you need to see, let's say in NQ or ES, to confirm or deny maybe my fundamental suspicions that we're more likely to head into a correction than a reacceleration here?
Yeah, that's a question. And look, even if you're bullish, and the chat's very bullish this morning, and that's fine. You don't need to accuse, Craig or me of being perma-bears because, we think that, maybe, we're priced to perfection here, because I'm completely with you. So even if you're a bull, you want to talk about the bear case, right? Andy just talked about that. You need to, technically as well, right? There's a fundamental bear and a bull case, and you need to weigh those things if you're more of a fundamental trader. And the same thing is true if you're more of a technical trader. I do have my fundamental opinions, but you really need to cover your bases. If you're bullish, you need to know what sellers would need to do to negate this strength and potentially cause some kind of a pullback. And that's part of the reason for having these boxes here. And you notice they're kind of stacked on each other. So we've got these prior ranges of consolidation, and they're overlapping. And to me, that's a bit of a sign of a maturing trend when we're getting, these balances overlap each other. Not necessarily, and it doesn't necessarily need to be bearish, but what needs to happen at bare minimum is that one of these ranges needs to be given back. Ultimately, the bottom of one of these ranges needs to be given back. But your first step would be getting back within a prior range. And so we're going to be rolling, but I'm on September still. So call it 65.42 basically was this prior high on ES. So if we do give back this breakout move and we find ourselves offering 65.42, that's your first warning sign. If you're bullish, that things may not be what they seem. But what sellers will ultimately have to do at a bare minimum, so now I'm pulling up 30-minute charts that have weekly volume profiles on them. And so what sellers would ultimately have to do, they're going to need to take out a prior week low and shift an entire value area lower, right? So if I slide a little bit to the left, you can see that on this breakout move, right? You see how all of this volume and value is way above the trailing week. I mean, you got to really scroll down on your screen to get that. That's what a breakout looks like. And that's what we accomplished last week by establishing value over roughly 6,500. So that needs to be negated. So for me, ultimately what needs to happen is this whole thing would need to be negated, right? So we're going to need to be offering 64.90s again on ES September. So that'll translate once you get over to the new contract. But if you want to just call it 64.90 on SPX, that works, right? Then you don't have to worry about contract changes. That's kind of what the easiest thing is to do for non-futures traders. But to me, this whole thing would have to be given back. What buyers did to trigger this breakout is build this volume above, again, roughly 6,500, reject lower prices, which were these moves here, which is another way to look at acceptance. We all have different ways of, gauging acceptance and what that means. To me, you can sort of a little cheat code is look at what prices you are rejecting to tell you that you might be accepting higher prices, right? So this whole thing ultimately would need to be given back. The first warning sign being, that prior range high, again, call it 65.42. So that's what I would be looking to do. It takes time to change a trend, right? Unless you get a situation, right, like last August, which the trend had already changed actually ahead of that situation. So unless you get some unknown coming out of nowhere, it takes time to shift a trend. And so that's what I'm looking for, is to shift out this trend. If we're going to flip bearish, take out a prior week's low, establish value lower, and then look for some kind of a lower high to be defended. And sellers have a lot of work to do to accomplish any of that. But as we know, these kinds of catalysts can make that happen pretty quickly, especially with vol being extremely low, right? So it doesn't take a whole lot to get back down to 6,500 on ES.
Yeah. Now, I know we're running a little bit low on time, but to what extent are you using some of this zero data expiry narrative, or just identifying and watching these daily contracts and these strikes? And we're seeing hundreds of thousands of contracts trading in cash SPX every day, that expire every day, and kind of setting up these critical levels. Is that part of your process on identifying those levels? Are you watching that throughout the day, or or not really?
Yeah, it's a good question. And there's been a lot of debate among future traders about whether it matters or not. I'm sort of in the middle. What I have found is that it is very much an amplifier. But what you'll tend to see is a lot of the positioning on 0 day aligns very, very well with volume profile levels on a futures chart. And so that's what I do. And so a lot of times I will keep an eye on some kind of confluence, right? Let's say we are trading lower on ES, and we come into some kind of massive local high gamma area, right? And I'm looking for a long in that situation anyway. Then I'll use sometimes those gamma maps or even a charm map to make an assessment that positive gamma dealers are buying dips, so I've got a little bit of support at my back to protect a stop. I'm looking to get long here anyways. I'll go ahead and do that. It seems to offer reasonably well-defined risk. And if that area is reactive, then does it trigger one of my own setups anyway, right? So I'm not taking action personally anyways, just based on a 0 day map. But if it offers some confluence with what I'm looking for, that can be very powerful. And I've been talking to a friend of mine, Vol Signals, about having some conversations about how we can align, because like his levels are, and he knows nothing about volume profile or technical analysis. He'll tell you that, be the first person to tell you that. But like every morning we have the same levels. Even when these condor sellers come in, right, same levels. I mean, they're always at the key levels. So somebody's looking at volume profile to make decisions with big 0 day options bets.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Well, it was a pleasure. I appreciate our initial conversation. Any final thoughts?
No, I mean, really just, today's a day to keep it light. I mean, I know we say that a lot, but, all the frames are bullish here. But buyers have struggled on rips, been responsive on dips. I think that's the plan for today. But again, keep in mind, there can be a lot of noise with a lot of traders rolling the contracts here.
Great. Thanks, Farm. Appreciate your insights as always. Have a nice day trading.
We'll see you next time. Take care.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for sticking with me here on my first day hosting for Delhi. He'll be back tomorrow, as Chai mentioned earlier. Just last thoughts here. The poll for today, traders are 48% bullish. I think every day since I've sat in the chair, we've been very close to or above 50%, and that's been the right call into as the markets continue to grind higher into the Fed. And into the Fed on Wednesday. So thanks again. Let's get ready to trade the open now with Tanja.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new week. It's rollover period. It's Fed week, Fed FOMC on Wednesday. And we're going to see what's going on here in the charts. So, how's everybody doing today? Did we vote in the chat? Did we vote? Vote bearish, bullish, neutral in the chat. Well, let me see. Good morning. Type in the chat where you're watching from. It's a beautiful day out here in New York City. It's 70 degrees. Ooh. But it's 82% humidity. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. 50% bullish so far, 20% bearish, and 31% neutral, something like that. All right, let's see. Good morning. Wisconsin in the house. Pennsylvania. All right. Atlanta, Georgia, Florida, UK, Maine, just outside DC. Some said we in September still, right? Yeah, I am still on the September contract because I checked online and there's still a little bit more volume in the September contract. Good morning from Texas, California, Dallas, Cyprus, Los Angeles, India, London, UK in the house. Good morning from Utah. Lovely. Ontario, Canada, Georgia. Let's go. Tennessee. Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see. Italy. Wow. Lithuania. Lovely. All over in the chat. Everyone's from all over. Love to see it. A lot of US. You guys, we're at all-time highs, right? This is a daily chart I got up for NASDAQ and ES. But finally, NASDAQ hit that August 13th high on Friday. After ES made, since August, since that day, it made like 5 new all-time highs, right? Like once here on the 15th, 1, 2 on the 28th, 3 on the 5th, 4 on the 10th, right? And then another one on the 11th and 12th. It's just been a ripper. It's been a ripping. ES has definitely been the stronger sister. So, all right, we got London in the house, Michigan, Amsterdam, Bangkok, Germany, California, Brazil, Santa Barbara, Spain, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Good morning from Austin. You guys are funny in the chat. Okay. What are we gonna do, you guys? What are we gonna do? I mean, I always look at the weekly, I always look at the 4-hour. It's like Farm said, I'm probably not gonna put on too much risk today. Hopefully I find a trade. I'm not really hoping, I'm just gonna see what's going on here. We're rolling over. Do we have news? Always gotta double check that. Oh, no, not. We had 8:30 orange folder. Oh boy. All right, so no more news for the rest of the morning session. We got FOMC on Wednesday, and we got rollover. So not really the best concoction of news drivers here. So there you are, 4-hour chart. All right. Reacting from that 4-hour on NASDAQ, made another new all-time high. You know, what are we what are we gonna do here? This is an ES on the 4-hour, just insane, really. Like, if we just look at that. Pump up. Never retrace 50%. NASDAQ, let's see if how much ES retraced there. That's 50%, the range down there. See NASDAQ. NASDAQ, NASDAQ. Yeah, we retraced into this 4-hour on NASDAQ, but wasn't in 50% of the range. It was still, so it's just showing so much strength here. We'll have to take a look. Hourly. Hourly. I'm gonna delete this now, the fib. So you guys are 50% bullish, basically 30% neutral and 20% bearish. And that's essentially the same sentiment I have. I mean, you're at all-time highs, so strong. It's so hard to get long up here, just longing the top. You're longing an extreme premium. I would be longing an extreme premium if I were to long here, right? Kind of setups for all-time highs I like to see are taking out a swing low, like a London low. So this would be like a swing low that would be of interest and then going long, especially if ES like didn't take out the swing low. However, we are about 100 points above that right now on the NASDAQ. So it's kind of difficult. Yeah. Shorting is just, it's possible. Yeah, I found a few shorts here and there, but it's just very short-lived. I think actually last week I only took longs. I took 2 longs. One I cut at break even. Another one was a banger on CPI, right? It's great, 70, 60 points on the NASDAQ, right? Got out the money gun on my stream, which I feel like on this stream at NinjaTrader, I haven't really been bringing out the money gun. There just haven't been many money gun situations on Monday. Those that watch my stream, you know, I have this like prop money gun. And it's fun to bring it out when you get to catch a banger, you know, at the end after the trade's closed, of course. But it's far and few in between. I bring it out like once a week, basically, or less. It's more of like if you're intraday trading this, it's kind of like I've said before, just kind of take the first target nowadays. And money gun a lot of times it's kind of like if it goes to my third target cleanly. Sometimes first, sometimes second. Really, it depends. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. But yeah, that's been that. So I mean, I marked out that low for NASDAQ. Here's the low for ES. Actually, I'm kind of interested in the chat. You guys mostly trade NASDAQ as well, or do you also trade other things such as gold and euro dollar? Let me know. I have 22 minutes until the open. No, it's so unsatisfying. I try to crack my knuckles. There's nothing there to crack. Anyway, I had a good weekend. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I went to the Intrepid Museum. It's always a good time. I've been there many times. I've been there at least 4 times already, and every time is just so good. Then I went inside the submarine. I think it's the only US Navy submarine that carried nuclear weapons that is open to the public. It was just crazy. It's a huge submarine. There were 90 men that worked on it. 90. And then of course I went on to the Intrepid afterwards, which is, an aircraft carrier from World War II, and it had like 3,000 soldiers on there. It's insane. And of course, all the airplanes, the Concords on there. Yeah, I like history. And it's just insane. The anchor room is insane. Insane. I definitely recommend, like, that's something that's overlooked in New York City. If you ever go to New York City, go to the Intrepid Museum. And it's on like 46th Street, all the way out the Hudson River. And what did I want to say? Yeah, the anchor room's insane. Each chain link in the anchor, oh my gosh, it weighs 150 pounds. So they obviously did try to avoid using it. I think they said that one officer said that it's only used twice during while he was on the Intrepid, and because you want to just go at the pier. And it was just insane. They showed how they would loosen it by getting like a mallet essentially, and there was like a bolt, and then they would basically take a golf swing like with a mallet to get that out of there, to get the bolt out, and then it would just you could imagine metal on metal, just and then two guys would be in charge of um there was like a wheel they would have to turn and just run to turn the brake on, because you can't let the chain link run out, because that would be so much. Can you imagine all that weight? Just, it would rip out of the wall. So very dangerous job. Insane. Were we talking about the Intrepid? Yes. I also went on the G-Force simulator. Insane. Insane they have over there. You are literally in this how could I even describe this? In this pod, and it simulates you being a fighter jet in World War II. And there's two people operating. One's the pilot, and one is the person shooting the missiles. And you're on a mission right now, and it goes upside down. It literally simulates like you're in a fighter jet. It was insane. Someone said, where did I buy the money gun? Online. Chris says, just play retracement shorts. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm still on September because I'm gonna roll over tomorrow. David Dean says there's a fake Twitter account that looks like me that's trying to scam him. LOL. Yeah, people, there's always new ones that open up every day. Don't get scammed. I'm not gonna message you guys first. And I'm not gonna ask you for money. It doesn't make any sense. Just make sure you just block and report them. I always have my assistants like block so many accounts, and new ones just pop up all the time, and it's insane. I think, it's up to Twitter and YouTube to really, handle that, I think. Hmm. All right. I got some OJ, I got some water. I'm ready for the day. Kind of just like refreshing the contracts on Nasdaq to see the volume. All right, yeah, it's still more volume in September. So we're chilling. What are we gonna do, you guys? Are we just gonna, yeah, this retrace on the 4 hour and broke a new high with a displacement. So I mean, actually, it didn't break a new high with a displacement on the 4 hour. I'm interested to see what this will look like on the 4 hour. I wouldn't be really surprised if it's an ugly wick, kind of like this day, this 4 hour candle here at 10 a.m. That's actually kind of ugly. What was that, Friday? Yeah, Friday was pretty ugly. I didn't take a trade that day. It was just looking ugly. So this is new all-time highs here that we hit. What time do we hit new all-time highs there? Was that during the news? It seems like it. The 8:30 release. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ah, man. Check out chat. I've asked you guys a lot of questions today. Mm-mm-mm. So how does someone ask me any trades so far? Dude, it's like 9:15 in the morning. Sheesh. No. How do I cure the impulse to overtrade? You gotta find other things to do with your life, really. It's kind of, I'm so serious. You need to just schedule other things to do. And also, well, I just like to block. I also have like a blocker. I think I actually have a video that did quite well on just a short a reel on Instagram. Check me out on Instagram, Tanya Trades. It's literally me saying, well, you literally just eat shit so many times when you're not patient that you learn your lesson because you get tired of eating shit. You kind of have a wake-up call. You have a conversation with yourself. You could also have real talk. You could have some like logic statements at your desk and stuff. You know, that's something that Jared Tendler teaches, and Jared Tendler is awesome. He's on NinjaTrader. Um, sometimes during the week, he has segments here I've seen, and he says like, you know, have these logic statements on your desk. First off, you have to know what your issue is. Then, so let's say like one that's really good, I think, is um, I would rather have a green month than a green day, right? Because it makes you think about, okay, yeah, if you're over trading and you're really trying to push that button to get that green day, you know, you are exposing yourself to much more risk in the market, especially in a day it seems like it's more difficult because you're heated and probably the environment's harder. And that can ruin your month if you go on tilt. So you can have those statements at your desk when you're feeling impatient to read it out loud. And then it kind of brings you back to earth a little bit. And changes your perspective, right? It's all about perspective. Hmm. Like I literally just wrote that down. Why not? Good. And what else I got? I got like a little I had a little small vision board here on my desk. Very simple, just put some pictures. Up, print out some pictures of things you want to do or want to have for long-term vision. This is I don't know if you guys can even see it. They mean different things to me. Um, but it's like here, I want to buy more real estate, so I have a title deed there. I have a nice like view here. When I like it's a better view than my current view. And then I want to go to Japan and I want to have it like a nice luxury trip to Japan. And then also Lake Como. And then I have some other things on there. I have a Chanel bag. You know what? Like I feel like I'm overdue for a Chanel bag, but like my little goal for that is like I could just buy a Chanel bag now, but I want to make it like into a little game for myself. So Cute little pink one. Someone tell me what happened with the Ferragamos. Did they give away the Ferragamos yet? No, I don't. I think it's at 150K. Someone let me know. William Lawrence says he's considering using Tradify to get a funding account. What's my opinion on them? I think they're good. They're solid. They pay out. It's also like, um, I like their straight to fundeds because then you just skip the eval phase, but they're good. My long-term vision is to go to Japan. Damn. Nah, this is like midterm to long-term stuff on there. There's both because you have to break it up a little bit. If you just have like long-term on your list, right? You need to split it up into smaller things as well. Because clearly buying a property is going to be like 20, 30 times more than a Chanel bag, or way more than that, like 100 times more, 200 times more, depending on what kind. But you got to keep yourself going because then you can easily lose sight of the vision, right? So they actually did a study on like runners that run long distances. How do they like, people that run marathons and such, how do they keep that pace going on for so long? They literally look at something in the distance that's nearby and they focus on that. So they literally look at a tree that's like about like a mile away and they focus on that until they get to the tree and then they choose something else. So that's straight up a study that they did. So you got to do the same thing with your goals. Split them up into chunks or have little other smaller goals on the way. Like, like you're playing a video game. Gamify it a bit. NinjaTrader says, not yet. We need to get to 150K subs and we are so close and we are giving away a lot more than that. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, is that NinjaTrader currently has 146,000 subs. So once they get to 150K, they're giving away a ton of stuff, which I've seen, what I've heard, Ferragamos, a pair of Ferragamos, I think. They're giving away shoes. Who knows what else? Maybe I'll talk to them and we'll see what I'll give away maybe during my stream. We'll see. Let me know in the chat. Hit the like button too. Always helps out the channel, reach more people. So, what do we got? We got 8 minutes until 9:30. Rollover. Let's see. ES. Edward said easier said than done. LOL. Yeah, everything is easier said than done. Saying is easier than doing. What's up, Castillo's in the chat? My own streaming assistant. Cool, cool, cool. What did I want to do? Yeah, I wanted to check out like eat. Right. Also, which producer last week put on that little audio clip of Pax? It made me laugh so much. It was crazy. It was like, oh yeah, Danny's gonna get his Ferragamos.
Oh yeah, Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
There it is. There it is. That made me die laughing. Oh my God. The stream is getting better and better. All right. We're about, what are we? We're about 5 minutes away from the open. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I mean, you guys, we're at all-time highs. What am I gonna do? It's tough. Might as well, we're probably gonna end up checking out some other assets as well. We'll see. Hmm. All right. All right. The hourly 4-hour all-time highs for both. I mean, I would honestly, for longs, I'd prefer that we come down. We take out London low for NASDAQ. E and ES doesn't. That's the divergence, and then I long after a bullish shift. The girl can dream. Oh, but that's my that's the game plan. I mean, it's not out of the scope, but I'll write it down. All right. 15 minutes. 15 minutes looks crazy, bro. Like is this like the US market or is this a meme coin? Because this is wild. It's 9:28. Here we are, we're still pumping up. Just pumping, pumping, pumping up. Right? Nasdaq took a new all-time high during that 8:30 news. I retraced a bit. And continuing. So like anyone that's short is in pain. Let me think 1 second. Yeah, let's just check it out. 9:30 is in 1 minute and 25 seconds. And those people that want to know my little timer, just click indicators on NinjaTrader. It's called bar timer. Pretty much I like to see the 4-hour and the 15-minute together, and then I like to refine on the 1 minute. Here we are, here we are. 30 seconds. What are you guys thinking? It's just insane, this push up. Here we go. I'll have to just start out on the 15. Get a good sense of what's happening in the first couple minutes. Um, what's happening is that Nasdaq's mooning. All right. ES, Nasdaq. But let's check out. Let me like take a look at the stocks real quick. Nvidia's down 0.9%, Apple's up 1.4, Google's up 1.7, Oracle's up 3.9. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Lovely. So just kind of like a mixed bag. Tesla's up 6%. Hmm. Tesla's been quite strong the last few days, you guys. Whoa. Have you guys heard that we're gonna get like stock futures in the future, like Tesla futures, Nvidia futures? That would be fun. So that I can definitely see myself trading that. All right, so what are we doing so far? NASDAQ. Just pushing up more new all-time highs. Just freaking running. Hmm. Here I can have my little measuring tool from here to here. We pushed 40 points since the open. And the way I have this little drawing tool so I can draw on the charts, just go to indicators on NinjaTrader and it's called drawing tool tile. All right, so I can just like right click and click indicators. Drawing tool tile. And then you can like check off which ones you like. So feel free to screenshot the ones that I like, but I like horizontal line, fib. And then you could even further customize the fibs. So, oh, of course, I need my rectangle or square. What is it called here? Yeah. And my ruler, that's how I measured it. Ruler. Rectangle. Yeah, for my FEGs. All right. So, we pushed 40 points. Now we dropped 20. So you're not doing what my best case scenario where I would think We drop at the open for it to go for longs later. But nothing yet for that. It's just pushing. So that's fine. I mean, like let it form that swing leg. It's probably even better that it does, because then on the 4 hour, it's actually not bad then that it does that. So it has like a displacement up on the 4 hour and the hourly. And you can play retracements maybe even within this leg then, instead of waiting for this low to get taken. Yeah, so basically what I said earlier, to prevent yourself from overtraining, you kind of just need to schedule other things to do, whether you want to start another side hustle, side business, or get a new hobby, or anything, family time. I mean, that's that's the thing, right? You want to make sure that you have a certain goal, and a lot of times traders, their goal is freedom, time freedom. And you want to make sure that once you become profitable and successful, that trading doesn't get in the way of the ultimate goal of time freedom. What ends up happening is that people end up then getting married to the screen. And then it's kind of like pointless, because now you're just glued to the screen all day when you wanted time freedom. So basically, I typically have a lot of things scheduled in the afternoon. Damn, son. Nasdaq still pushing. Yeah, Nasdaq about to make a new high in the morning session. Okay, we see what it is. We see how it is. I'm just in the meantime just kind of marking out my midnight open, 8:30 open, 9:30 open. I just marked out. Yeah, you could have an indicator for this. I do as well, but sometimes it's just better to know this, to see it, mark it out, become more familiar with the chart and where things are. Sometimes nice to do things by hand. It's insane. Nasdaq's just pumping. Pumped like 50 points. Hmm. So same on ES. Okay. Hmm. We're just freaking look. That's wild. Wild. And like I said, there was literally nothing I could do. So I'm just not gonna long up there. Let's see here. So yeah, what was I doing? I was like marking out midnight open and such. So make sure got it right. Mm-hmm. 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 What's this measurement of ES? Let's see. From here to here. Yeah, we pumped 30 points. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 See Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's up 5% at least. Let's see. Let's refresh now. Yeah, 5.9%. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, basically the purple ones I just put for 8:30, 9:30. I change them to purple here. 9:30, 8:30, and midnight. So it's kind of wild that it's just been each of those are higher than the last. All right. And I think this blue line is also previous all-time highs on NASDAQ. Closed above that. Just running on a tear. Okay, so we have this hourly is going to close in about 15 minutes, and the 4 hour is going to close in about 15 minutes, and it looks very, very bullish. So it's more likely than not, honestly, it just kind of retraces within this candle and then makes another push higher. And I'd probably have to just look for divergences within there or on a smaller time frame, like on the 5 or the 15. What else I want to do today? I wanted to look at the ATR. Right, so first I'll measure out how much we moved today. 150 points on the NASDAQ so far, and then I'll go to my little indicators. ATR. On the NASDAQ, it's about 250 points average true range over the last 5 days. That's what I measure on. The average of the last 5 days. It's 250 points. So far, we reached about 150. CES. And I'll write down those ATRs too. Yes, it's about 54. I mean 51.4. And so far on the daily, we moved about 30. Okay. So a little bit more than half the daily range we've moved so far on both. Looking like an average day so far. Because, the day's not over yet. And we reached 150 out of 250 so far. So there could be more movement the rest of the morning and the afternoon as well. But all in all, though, it's not like if it was if it was already like 200 points or 250 points, then I would think that it's going to be a larger day than usual, and then it could be a fun continuation trade. But it's tough. Let's see. Yeah, so we moved like 30 out of, okay, so we moved like 60%. It'd be hard to find a trade here during the morning. I mean, honestly, so let's maybe look at some other assets like gold. What do you guys think? We're just mooning. Nasdaq just made you another hive session. Did ES do so too? There's no SMT there. I don't really consider this a swing low, to be honest. It's very sloppy. Yes, just kind of ranging since 9:30, right? NASDAQ popped up. Let me know in the chat. I'm actually kind of curious, like describe like your style of trading in a short, like in like 3 words. Whether it's ICT concepts, whether it's order flow, footprints, bookmap, reading the DOM, etc. I'm kind of interested to see the mix. Silver bullet, whatever you want, right? Mm-mm. See, while Nasdaq's mooning, I'll open up like GC. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Some gold. Hmm. Gold's at all-time highs. Everyone knows that. It's been hanging around there for a long time, though. For like 2 weeks now. Hmm. It's kind of wild. 3,700. Yeah, let's read the chat for a bit. So there's really nothing right now for me to do in this. But I'll definitely am interested at 10 a.m. Somebody wrote that. Okay, I'm reading the chat right now and what your strategy is. Okay. Someone wrote ICT, another person wrote click and pray. Just letting Jesus take the wheel, I guess. Volume profile, order flow, swing points, ICT, fib, trend lines, zones, and levels. Frank Boria says gut feeling trading. I don't know, Frank. I see you on my stream too. Odigo says PA, order flow and range. Manipulation, target equal high equal low, auction, market theory, cool. ICT, silver bullet, moon phase trading, Winston Lake. That's cool, fun. Wasn't it like a full moon on a few days ago? Sure, what phase of the moon we're in, I have no idea. When was the last full moon? It was September 7th. Okay, it was like a week ago. Some people tell me that they don't trade. I've seen some people say that they don't trade when it's a full moon. I feel like it's kind of wild. People have said that people are crazier when it's a full moon. I actually seen that. Definitely, I could see that. I could see that. I could see that. It's just insane. This is gold on the daily. So incredibly strong. It's insane. So it goes to show that, I mean, that could definitely happen to the Nasdaq, and it can look like that. Goes to show people that were shorting gold. I mean, like that might think, oh, it can't keep going up and stuff. Well, it can. You can hold underwater, and it can keep going up. You just gotta stick to your strategy, stick to your process, and not be just going against the grain and or just some random thing you came up with. It's like we've been holding up here for a long time now. We're pushing up again. Gold, hourly. So since 10 a.m. Yeah, I can't say that I even like. I feel like it's the same type of thing. It's at near all-time highs, so then I'd rather just trade the indices near all-time highs and gold. So I'll keep my eye on the indices here. Let's see. So now the previous all-time highs that we just broke over are literally in 50% of this leg. Hmm. What are we gonna do? I mean, it looks good though. Kind of like I want to see what this 4 hour does. I mean, if we're already so extended and you think that we'll retrace, like that's where it gets really tricky, where people try to go for retracement shorts within a huge leg up on longs, and a lot of times it's a really hard trade to do because if you think about it, if it's so strong, it's not going to retrace the 50%. A lot of times it doesn't if it's super strong, and I'd rather just wait for the long setup than um play short to go long. But we'll see what ends up happening. Kind of open-minded here. Open-minded. We have FOMC Wednesday. We have rollover. So I mean, you have to think about rollover. There's still those players in the game that, they're long and they're swing long September contracts, and they're trying to get a good deal on rolling over to December. So they're just kind of waiting, and there's still rollover happening. People need to exit. Let me see what the volume's like now. It's like 10 a.m. after the open. It's very close in volume to each other. 91,000 in September, 87,000 December. So, but September's still higher. So I think that tomorrow, will be time for me to roll over. I'm still in September right now because of that reason. Let's see. Tesla's up 5%, Google is up 3%, Amazon's up 1.4%, and Nvidia's down 1.1%. And the NASDAQ overall is up 0.6%, ES is up 0.47%. I mean, it seems like the strategy to go for nowadays is just close your eyes and long. But the open didn't drop at all, for NASDAQ. ES, what, since the open dropped to 1.25 points. And then it surged higher again. Yeah, for NASDAQ, 930 was the low of the session. It's crazy. Just literally shot up. What to do, chat? What to do? Shorts are cooked. That's what's happening right now. September 15th. This is the 10 a.m., the 9 to 10 a.m. candle. Wild. Hundred points. I have to just stay. I mean, I have to stay bullish, to be honest with you. Yeah. It's just about finding a decent setup. I don't know if that'll happen. Let's see. So now on the daily, how much have we moved? $190 about on the NASDAQ. Okay. I feel like the 2-minute always looks a little cleaner than the 1. Just because, yeah, I like the 2. Just close. This is not financial advice, it's a joke, but close your eyes and long. Fractal Firmament says, Pax said he's sitting today out. Man, I would like to buy that guy a beer/coffee. Yeah, Pax is a great guy. Who here watched my interview with him on my channel? I think that's like 100K views now. It's pretty cool. I was down when we were both in Naples for a little NinjaTrader meetup during like the launch week. I feel like I need a longer interview though, because he has so many stories. Either I don't know if we'll have time for when we're both in Naples, or that, or I have to go to Chicago. I've never been to Chicago. Yassine said, yeah, he watched it. He knows a lot. I did. It was a fantastic interview. Thanks. Cool. People in the chat saw it. Yeah, we're getting baby retracements, somebody said. Who said that? Yeah. Kevin Roth. Tom Brooks says Chicago is the best summer city. That's what Pax told me. It's the windy city. They have a beach there too, like by the river, right? In the middle of the city. That's wild. That's the same river that goes to Detroit, right? I was in Detroit. I saw the river. It was really clean. I was like shocked. I was shocked. So, I'm used to the Hudson River and the East River, and they're very murky. Although they saw dolphins in the East River by Brooklyn. like a week ago. There were like 2 dolphins. Unless it was AI, you never know these days, right? Actually, I think I could tell if it's AI. Also, that brings my point. Also, don't get tricked by any AI. People are wild and they take AI of people's voices nowadays and try to scam. It's insane. Just remember, I won't approach you for money. I won't DM you first. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah. Yeah, they say it's the best summer city. Summer is over though right now, so hopefully it's okay in the fall. I would not go in the winter. It's very cold in the Midwest. It's cold enough in New York. You know what? Someone told me they were visiting New York in the winter. They were like, the Midwest is really cold, but we drive everywhere. We just heat up our cars and we're good. But New York, you're like walking to places for a while. For even 15, 20 minutes, you're freezing. I was like, that's a good point. Curtis says because Detroit has no industry anymore, that's why, and Detroit isn't clean. Okay. Wit says Chicago's New York's Polish cousin. That's funny. Fractal Firmament says, I think that video or one from the same trip is when I saw the Delhi NT pit jacket that made me want one. Oh yeah, word. That's from the vlog from that trip. It was fun. I went to the Naples Botanical Gardens. Fractal Firmament is giving tips on Chicago, how to pick up hotties with a boat. That's hilarious. You know what they say? It's what's better than owning a boat is having a friend that owns a boat, right? That's the saying. That's how the saying goes. Because then you don't have to do all that maintenance. I want to get like a sailboat one day. Yeah, I'll learn how to sail first, though. Also, I'm gonna learn how to scuba dive, you guys. I think I'm gonna go get my certifications. Larry Pumpkin says it was a great interview. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Chicago. I'm gonna go eat at a Michelin star restaurant there for sure. Forgot which one. Hmm. There are a bunch of them. Gotta check out my app. I think Alinea. Yeah, Alinea. Last week, if you guys remember it, I got a full week of green checks on my calendar for my process, so I'm happy. I had a streak, I think 9 or 10. I think actually it's 11. 11 good days of sleep in a row. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Oh, more. 13. Whoa. Okay. 13. That's crazy. Before my streak was like 4 days, so this is wild to me. I'm doing better. So I mean, what did I do? I drew out a fib, basically. I also have marked out 9:30 open, 8:30 open, midnight open. And yeah, we're gonna see what's happening. Same thing on ES. So we had the first 10 minutes of the next hourly candle. I think someone said Kane would try to short the top. Yeah, Kane does pretty good reversal trades. A lot of times me and Kane are in like similar trade or same trade. But sometimes maybe I'll like wait for more confirmation. So sometimes he'll get like a better entry or a better RR, but sometimes he'll take like a stop first and then re-enter. So it's just about what your type of personality is, really. Trading is very personal. You find a strategy that suits you and your personality. Otherwise, you're not going to stick with it, right? I'm kind of just like looking through the time frames to see where 50% is on NASDAQ. Does it line up with any kind of fit FEG? Not really, so. It doesn't look bad if people are going to want to short it. I mean, I'd want to wait until that gets inverted there, probably. Let's see. The 4-hour. Yeah, it swept previous 4-hour high. Right there, pretty much. Same thing on the hourly. You drop down. Did we have? No, didn't have like a divergence. Yes, it's close to 9:30 open. It's definitely weaker. You know, didn't reach nearly as high as NASDAQ did. I'm gonna just like flipping through the time frames to see any clean fair value gaps to look at for inversions. I mean, the thing is, you have just such a big order block here. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be too early on a short. To be honest, I don't really want to short in general at all-time highs. It's very difficult. I'd rather just wait for the long, wait for the retracement SMT and then long. Do you guys think I have a New York accent? I definitely hear it sometimes when I say long. Horrible. I think it's not that bad. You know, in New York, you stand online, you don't stand in line. You go stand on the line, online. I'm online. What I'm saying is that's why I'm very skeptical. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be shorting this inversion on that, even though it's like a 2-minute, probably. Yeah, 2-minute here. It's just like so strong. It could just dip into here for a second and then be like, all right, cool, let's rock it again higher. It's just insane. And the 5. I'm gonna scroll up and see what you guys said for your strategies. Let's see what else is. Someone wrote okay, I asked the chat earlier what your strategy is. Someone said, flip a coin. They're ahead of their time. Smart money duck. Smart money duck. I think that you trade SMC concepts. Let's see. What about the magic 8 ball? Just shake the magic 8 ball. All right, so you're heading to Japan, right? Bet. Yeah, probably in like April, though. I want to go for cherry blossom season. When's the best time to switch to December contracts? I'm gonna switch tomorrow. 'Cause tomorrow, I think definitely the volume will be bigger to into December contracts. Right now, September just still has a little slightly more volume. Yeah, people definitely act weird on full moon nights. Curtis says, as someone who worked in the restaurant industry for 10 plus years, I will attest to the fact that people act crazy on full moon nights. I don't believe in astrology or any of that stuff. Probably has something to do with the gravity or pressure or something. The moon affects the tides of the ocean, right? Probably increase of like air pressure. Who knows? Stay Positive says he monitors 8 time frames, including RSI, which is absolutely critical. Key time frame closes, weekly and monthly levels are most important factors. Yeah, I would say weekly levels are super important. Yeah, monthly. Kanisha says ICT says he will do a session today. Do I know anything? No. How can you compare the 2 contracts volume? Yeah, check out my Twitter. I'll probably retweet. I'll retweet some. I'll find my old tweet about knowing rollover and then check out my Twitter, Tanja Trades. Tanya with a J. I'll find it. There, I just reposted something I posted over a year ago, about this. Lovely. Yeah, Tesla's up like 6% because Elon like bought almost 2 million shares near $400. So that's like a big vote of confidence that he's going to expand, right? There's a personal purchase of his. Interesting. Hmm. No, this is the 15. Let's go down to the 2 again for ES. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me here because this is just building up patience. Oh shoot, 1.7K people watching. Wow. Nice. Hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to NinjaTrader on YouTube because they're gonna give away at 150K subs a bunch of stuff. Do a lot of giveaways. Hit the like button on the video and click subscribe. Massive giveaway at 150K subs. Oh my gosh, could I get a NinjaTrader tote bag? I have one, but I want the nicer, the black, nicer quality one. I want that one. Vishal is asking, how would you decide to target if you decide to short here? Probably the low of the last hourly. That would probably go around. That's why it's kind of difficult. So this is a target if you were short from here. You could go for the low from 9 a.m. I mean, if you're gonna go for a huge winner. I typically look for a swing low with a imbalance underneath, so I would probably look for also 936. This is a target. 188. 116, 24 O's and 76. But I need a lot more confirmation to do that for that, honestly. So I would probably just hold because if you're at all-time highs, and I would continue kind of just watching them side by side to see if there's a divergences. And you got to be careful about not holding for too long. Because at all-time highs, you just get so many divergences and then reversals, and just the shorts are in pain, and that's why we just keep going up, right? Because there's too many people trying to choose a top. Holding in pain. Yeah, so ES is just at the 2-minute FEG in here. It's hanging around. I'm semi-interested to see what Nasdaq's going to do within this 3-minute/5-minute area. Yeah, rather the 3-minute, because on the 5 it could, it could close below this and then just digs into here and then pushes back up. I could see that happening. The 3 and the 2. I only have the 2-minute open as well. Man. Yeah, it's definitely slow. Barcodey. The thing about the move down, for shorts that I don't love is that it's just a grindy move down. I don't really like to fade those kinds, or I don't like to join those kinds of reversals. The best is when it's a sharp, jagged end. Here, you can just reach into this area and then take out a swing high. Smooth. These are pretty smooth highs, even at the new high of the day, right? So, I'm kind of just on the lookout for longs, but we'll see. It's very slow. It's rollover. FOMC is Wednesday. I don't want to rush things. What happened last week, you guys? I didn't have a trade until, I didn't take a trade until was CPI on Thursday last week? Or Wednesday? I think it was Thursday, right? Because PPI was the day before. I think I didn't have a trade until Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah. Trading less than usual. Typically, I'll have like 4 to 7 trades a week. Last week I had like 3 maximum trades. Yeah. I had 3. I'm just gotta pick and I'm being very choosy. You gotta pick and choose your spots. Yeah, you see ES just floated around this 2-minute, this order block and fair value gap and just pushing up again. So it's very possible that Nasdaq's gonna do the same. We're gonna just hit a new all-time high again. There's nothing that makes me think like I want to short this. Also, it's just hard to find a long. I don't see any divergence. You have one divergence where this little 946 took out that 930 low on ES. Nasdaq did not. That's been holding. And then we made a new high, retraced. And 50% of this leg, which was literally this 2-minute, that's actually cool to see on ES. I wouldn't be surprised if it hits now, new high of day. That's just not, yeah. That's like a 3 points away now. Yeah, 2 minutes definitely best. You could see within the 4-hour, it really didn't retrace a lot within the previous 4-hour candles. So it's really showing a lot of strength still. So, I hope that this helped on saying like why I wouldn't short here. So that's good to see. For the longs, I don't know. I need to still like I'll see what happens since here from here. Are we gonna make another new high for displacement? Or is this gonna be an SMT at the highs now? It's interesting to me to monitor. Yeah, so ES new hive session. See if NASDAQ makes new hive session next. What do you guys think? Is it gonna follow? Honestly, we're so strong. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think that this 4-hour candle is still currently red. Because we opened up here at 10, right? So we're still below the 10 a.m. open. Well, how much should we retrace from this whole push up? Not much at all. Like it did come to 50% from that divergence, 946. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, that was a pretty fast candle there. Anything happen? It's 10:30. No tariffs on China goods. Thank you, Junior. Interesting. Is that what happened just now? That's the news release? I'm trying to find something. Yeah, US Treasury, okay. Besant says TikTok shutdown threat pushed China towards divestiture framework. Next talks may extend tariff truce 90 days before November 10 deadline. Hmm. Okay. Someone said hate when they do that. Just ran my stop. Sorry, buddy. Happens. It's part of trading. So Besant says US will not impose tariffs on China goods for purchasing Russian oil unless European countries do the same. Right. So Nasdaq still didn't take out that high. So you might have a fractal firmament. I do like that. So Tanya, I'm looking for the scream now. Is this how you usually look for entries on retracements? To be honest though, I didn't enter there, so because we're just so inflated right now. But that would have worked for like a 1-to-1 on ES. But a lot of times, yeah, that's a pretty, especially if there's like a order block lined up, it's a big order block, right? The move down before the push up. A lot of times that'll be pretty sensitive. Yeah, somebody says that it's old news. Well, market definitely reacted on it, on the headlines. It could have just been algos, but Jolene Cox says what the wick on the micro stopped them out, but didn't happen on the mini. Did the micro Nasdaq take? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, are you long or something? Why'd you put your long? Why'd you put the stop there? It's an unmitigated fair value gap. Yeah, that's a pretty wild wick. 30 points on the micro. The micros just are more volatile. I mean, I'm just waiting to see. There is a potential. Potential short. We'll see how this reacts now. Like there is a divergence. There was some sort of news that came out and it did introduce some volatility. There is a divergence there, new high of day. We'll see how it reacts to this low. And this area, I'm kind of just interested in, yeah, to see if it inverts there and does this break the low of the displacement. There's potential. Yeah, US Earthling says there was a similar news this morning. Oh, that happens. Yeah, the funny part is like for those news, it's literally like they might do something, right? It's like will likely happen or they're exploring it. They might extend a deadline or something. We need something bigger than that. This is why we're just having grindy days. We need something bigger. Times it's 10:36. It's gonna be disappointing if Nasdaq takes out this high. I'd rather this high stay intact. You know, that I'm looking for more confirmation now of this high staying intact and this like continuing bearish structure closing below this low for displacement, closing below the fair value gap to maybe make an inversion. But we just the way that this is going is right. I would have wanted that to happen or kind of already, right? That news already came out at 7 minutes ago. So there was no speed following it. It was like a little bit that looked interesting to me when it first came out. We need more news. Have a press conference. My patience is unmatched, someone says. Yeah. Yeah. There's just no I write down what I want to see for a setup, and if it doesn't happen, then it's pretty simple. We just keep waiting until something happens. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I think that if we broke and we closed below this like low in this FEG, then I'll probably look for shorts and target like 9:30 open. We need to see if that's gonna happen. I need some a faster market. Pax says, remember the volume will be very big again today, even though we don't do anything, because there's still 1.5 million to roll. True. Mhm. Mhm. Seems like a Shack says seems like a push up and choppy day. Yeah, that's what's been kind of happening. So Tim says we haven't even had a retest of the first presented fair value gap. Hmm. Yeah, this is still an unmitigated area, this one. MMXM says that there's no wick area on the 15. That's also a good target to short. I could see that, the 203 level. I could see that. Those are typically pretty nice. Yeah, but there's no confirmation, no lower move yet. It's just grinding up higher, which is fine if you're staying safe. US Earthling says algos react to the news, but unless a big catalyst, expect the original agenda to continue. Decent thought process. I'm kind of waiting to see maybe during London close there could be a reversal, 1050 people unwinding their positions. But we'll see. Yeah, not a convincing day to trade, says Yasin. Yeah, not very. Tanya, have I rolled contracts yet? No, I'm gonna do that tomorrow. The volume's still bigger in September. Tomorrow will be more in December, and then I'll roll. So when NinjaTrader, it prompts you actually when I logged in, I just clicked cancel. Tomorrow when it prompts me to roll my contracts, I'll click OK, and then I will automatically roll all the ones I actively trade, which is nice. Pilar Palomares says, I love your patience. Tanya helps a lot. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's definitely easier if you have, somebody else talking about patience or being patient. In the world of instant gratification. So we're seeing here, NASDAQ is trying to push up. So pretty much, we'll see if this high holds or not. I'm thinking likely not because of just how strong we are looking on the 15 and every other time frame. Probably is going to end up taking new high of day. Hmm. NASDAQ, what you gonna do? Stall. It's like so slow. Oh my God. And that's why it's not even that convincing to go long. Gosh. New hive day again for ES. Yeah, there's definitely no signs of reversals to be shorting for long. So that's the only long I've I can see is that in ES. It's just not the type of long I'd love. There was an SMT at the low, but it's like you're just still long in extreme premium. It's very hard. So let's see here, NASDAQ. Are we breaking that level yet? 259. I would imagine once it breaks 259, we get to new high of day pretty quickly. I'm kind of watching that to see if that's going to pan out, but so far it's like an equal high there, 259.50, 259.75. Weird. There it is. It broke that little short-term high. Let's see how quickly. I would think that it would hit that new high of day quick. We'll see. If it doesn't, it just shows that even the grind up is very, very slow. Yeah, that is not a convincing candle. So ES, new high, session again. NASDAQ cannot reach that new high. But it also can't really break a low with a displacement. So what's going on here? Yeah, just a lot of just back and forth. What are we doing, people? Let's check out the heat map. Yeah, Tesla's up 5.4%. Google's up 4%. That's kind of wild. And Nvidia's down 1.4. Apple's up 0.88. Microsoft's flat. Meta's flat. It even makes sense then. Why we're not doing much. You're already opening up on these large gap ups. I really just want to see a swing low taken. This. It would be nice if we pick up speed here on the shorts. It would. Like, if we go back up again, I'm gonna be like, nah, that's blah. But this maybe we have to see. Does it pick up speed? Take out this low. That would be ideal, but fact that it's already going up again. It's not really. Let's see, you guys. What do you guys think? It's 10:50 macro. So 10:50 macro. 10 minutes before like London close. Last 10 minutes of this hourly candle. Mm. So for shorts, really, I want to see a quick drop to below here, below 22750, 24,227.50 for NASDAQ, and even like close below that 24,222 area for a short. And I would probably aim for 9:30 open, or even like someone else said. Thing is, though, it's not happening yet, or at all. Might not happen at all. And like I said at the start of the stream, it's just, do I really want to be shorting? No, I don't love those kinds of trades, retracement trades. Going against the higher time frame trend, it's very hard. You really have to be very picky and choosy. Like, they're satisfying when they happen, when they're quick, especially, but very difficult, especially if it's so strong all morning. Like, think about this, like what I've said it earlier, it was yeah, I never want to like jump the gun on it. I always want to wait for the confirmation, because on that kind of trade, you could think about it, oh, we're so bullish. It's not retracing even to where I want it long, then it's showing how truly strong it is. So shorting it, it's just going to be putting you in pain. And since that SMT, since that divergence, NASDAQ still didn't make a new high of the session, but we didn't break a swing low of a displacement. So it's already kind of disappointing, this push up. If not, and ES just chugging along, making new high day. Not much of a point. And then there's also all those people that they said that they got wicked out on that like little news candle. Damn. So even some longs apparently got stopped, but I don't know. The wick wasn't too bad. I think you guys said on M and Q was bigger, right? Yeah, quite the big wick there. It's just the risk of taking micros. Sometimes that's just gonna happen. Micros are typically more volatile in that sense that like there's bigger wicks, and sometimes they'll do another stop run that NASDAQ didn't even do. Sometimes when the market's just slow, you just have to take a deep breath and be like, it's all right. You'll find a trade another day, even if you didn't. Today was a nothing burger. Oh, it's Stowe. What's up, Stowe? He just
What?
saw me take my deep breath.
I didn't want.
Hi.
I didn't want to interrupt. That's always
How
a
are,
nice time.
how are you? Did you take any trades this morning?
I'm good. Yeah. I did.
Long.
I took a couple longs.
Nice.
Um, sitting
You're in
in
a
one
long.
at the moment. I don't have great plans for this today. It's this is my last day on this contract, so I'm
Yeah.
just kind of giving it a nice send off, I guess. September
Nice.
was good to me. I don't know.
Nice. Yeah. Definitely. September's been pretty good so far. All the but a bit like it started off the first week of September was definitely less slower than last week for me. Like
Yep.
last week was I took more trades the first week of September, but both of them are September's better than summer so far already. Uh that's nice. So you long NASDAQ?
No, ES actually.
That's
You
good. That's
you may
definitely
have
a
missed
strong.
this. I kind of quit trading the NQ. I'm kind of a ES guy these days while you were gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, indeed. I don't know how the hell it happened. It just organically shifted over there. I was like, man, ES was a lot cleaner today. And I
It
said
is
that
stronger.
like for 2 weeks, and I was like, you know what? Maybe you should stop looking at that and just trade it instead of the
When did
choppy one.
you Nice. When did you start make the switch basically, or was it like gradual?
I've always traded both.
Yeah.
But on the show, like a couple weeks ago, I was like, you know what? I just need to be taking these on the show instead. And that then gradually ES became my primary all the time, not just when I was on the show. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It snuck up on me, just
It's
like old age.
I mean, honestly though, yeah, it's been stronger. It made like 5 new all-time highs when Nasdaq made one,
Yep.
on the
Yep.
daily. It's definitely been the stronger sister.
God, that
Even though it is slow sometimes.
waiting for that Nasdaq all-time high. That took like a year off of my life that week, I feel. That was so annoying. I'm like, come on, just get up there and grab it. We were 20 points away like 8 times.
Yeah, I know. I know. And every time I would pull my chat, I'd be like, "Do you guys think we'll hit it today?" And then it'd be like 80% yes when we like were 20 points away. And every
Wow.
time that kind of happened, I was like, "Oh, I don't know if it's gonna
So
happen."
that's why it wasn't happening. Okay.
Sorry. No,
Fair enough.
I don't know. But yeah, yeah, ES has definitely been the stronger one. It's a good point. Yeah, today ES actually did show one potential long, but I didn't take it because it's very hard to get long here at all-time highs for me.
Yeah.
I'd rather it sweep some sort of like London low or something to get long against versus just like a 1 minute divergence where like I think in 946 ES took out the 930 low and Nasdaq didn't and made a higher low and it was like okay you could use that but uh yeah just we have a more news coming this week. I feel like we have a bigger week ahead of us
Yep.
with FOMC on Wednesday. Also, rollovers happening. Yeah, I'm also rolling my contracts tomorrow.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
you're still on September. One last ride.
I mean, yeah, there's no ride today for me.
Fair.
It's okay. I made my piece. I mean, last trade I took was on CPI Thursday. We had a banger. It was good.
That's good.
So yeah, it's been pretty chill. Um, but yeah, it's been chat like who here took a trade today who's like mostly I think I saw a lot of other people in the chat also just being like no trade today. Let me know. We've been talking to chat a lot today more than usual because I kind of sometimes you get to the charts and you kind of already know. I mean if I get to the charts and we're at all-time highs already and we're so high, we're such a premium, I'm like okay,
Yeah.
it's gonna be it's gonna be a kind of more boring side day.
I plan to take 0 trades today. I don't know how the hell
Yeah.
I'm in this long right now, but I mean, the
Nice.
thing, the price action does the thing. I got to click the button, you know?
Yeah, exactly. How many trades do you typically take a day or a week?
Um,
Let's
I
say a
try
week.
a week. Well, it's so I usually end up with like 3 or 4 setups a day.
Okay.
I usually give those at least 2 shots. The other thing about switching to ES though, my trade frequency is way down.
Yeah.
I'm finding like I can get in the first or second try. I don't need 3. I don't need 3 bullets like with NQ.
Yeah.
Um, So yeah, I'm like 3 or 4 a day. Usually I trade 4 days a week. I try to really not look at charts on that off day, but I end up doing it
Which
anyways.
off do you take? Friday?
Well, I take right now it's Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday.
Yeah,
Fun.
it's just whatever day I don't have the show. I try to not look at this stuff at all if I can. Actually, going to get fit for irons tomorrow, Tanya. That's my plan.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
fun. Awesome. Oh my gosh. I just got new grips on all my clubs, so I'm happy.
Oh, sick! Awesome.
And
That's
definitely,
good.
it's definitely helping. I'm working on my game. I'm committed to this.
Have you ever done a fitting before? I've never done one before.
No, no. I think I'm gonna give myself some more practice and time
Okay.
before I do that because I feel like I need to be better. Because
I'm
I feel
still
like my
playing
swing
with
is just
these.
like it's like I know it can change a little. Like, yeah, I want to be kind of just find that consistent swing first before
Got
I
it.
do that. But how long have you been golfing for?
Oh, since I was, I guess like 10. So a
Oh,
long time, like
wow.
30
Okay.
years. Yeah. My grandpa was really big into it. And then I was on the team in high school. That was the one
Oh, okay.
sport that I
Okay.
did
Nice.
well. So yeah. But I'm
Oh,
still playing with my clubs from like 2003.
yeah, they
And
last a long time.
yeah, all my golf friends are always like, "Hey man, they have better clubs now. You could just you
Oh,
could
yeah.
probably get some."
I mean, irons are they last forever because of that. Like, they're just so sturdy. I mean, that's why it's good that you're getting fitted now. But you never like broke your driver or anything. Like, I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. My grandpa used to make clubs. He would buy back in the day. You could get like these kits to build your own clubs at home, and they would
What?
have like the Temu version of Callaway. So it would be all these like weird discount knockoffs, but they were all built the same. And yeah, so my grandpa just always built all my clubs for me. I was very lucky when I was a kid, but that was his weird hobby. He would like go to we go around to garage sales, find old clubs, refurbish them, sell them again.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's a fun hobby.
Yeah.
That's sick. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've been golfing for like less than a year, so that's why I'm giving myself time. I'm going to lessons. I have my clubs. I just re-grip them.
That's awesome.
I'm going to pitch and putt. I'm going to some beginner courses and some courses, other courses that not so beginner, but and it is very hard. Oh my gosh, it's just
Yep.
so difficult. I'm
Yes.
like
Yes, it is.
I'm like playing sports. I played basketball and volleyball. I'm just like, wow, this ball is very small, tiny. You have to be super precise with this one. It's like for a basketball hoop, you can fit two basketballs in a basketball hoop like at the same time if you shot them
Yeah.
like the diameter. Yeah. hmm And yeah, because like I think a basketball hoop is 18 inches diameter and a basketball is 9, something like that.
Okay.
You can fit two of them. If you got to get that ball into that tiny cup, uh,
Yeah.
and it's like 500, it's 300 yards away, and that's just like, damn, just that concept's crazy. Yeah,
Yep.
you have
And
to.
one
You're a
one
millimeter
one
off.
mistake with your wrist or one mistake with anything, and that thing is like
Yeah.
slice, hook, anything. Or if you screw up mentally, if you look up, you're not doing something with your like keeping your hip up against the wall or any of the tricks. Yeah,
No,
man.
yeah, I'll get like, I'll get in my head a little bit. I'm thinking like, oh, that person's behind me right now, and it's like, you're not thinking on the right thing. So it's
Yep. Just
constant
like trading, it's weird.
concentration and yeah, precision. And if you just change, it's like a 5 millimeters mistake, that's a difference of like 15 yards, 20 yards or more. It's
Yep.
crazy. So, I mean, it's a great way to practice patience for sure, but it's not a good way to unwind. That's not you need concentration, more mental. I thought at first it was like, oh, I can hit up my golf simulator. I have an apartment building with that's a golf simulator is in my amenities. So
Oh, sick.
that's
That's
actually how it
awesome.
got started. And then at first after stream, I would go there, and then I just shanking every ball because I just couldn't. Concentration and focus is like a finite resource, and so is energy.
Yep.
And I couldn't concentrate anymore, or like, I'd still be thinking about residual stuff from my trading session. It was just not that's just not gonna go well. So it's good to have a break and then to do that later in the evening, I found.
That's
Uh,
cool.
so yeah, it is crazy. Yeah, because like you'll think, oh no, because this is a totally different thing. No, bro. You gotta
My
like lift weights or something.
my grandma always used to say something. I've never really understood this analogy, but it was like you only get so many spoons for the day,
Yeah.
and that was it. And I was like, I don't know why it's spoons, but yeah, you only have so many spoons to spend. If you spend all those mental spoons trading, you're not gonna have any for golf.
No, exactly. I think that's a widely known concept nowadays, like the spoon th theory. Yeah,
Okay.
100%. And that goes for like energy patience and a lot of things. So I think it's just good to keep that in mind when you're trading, because like, oh, at the beginning of the session, you might be way more patient. That by the end, you're run down thin. And that's
Oh
why
yeah.
a lot of times at the end of the session, people might have taken, two or three within trades within 10 minutes and, kind of get themselves into a hole because they literally have run out of that kind of reserve in their brain. So,
Yep.
yeah. So
I
great
know
talk.
I've gotten off of the desk and been like felt like I got hit by a bus for no reason just because I've been sitting there all day.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's part of my like um 3 rules for the day nowadays is I have to like literally step away after the session for at least 10 minutes, just
Yeah.
that to have that buffer and be able to leave the screens. And most of the times, I am just away for the afternoon. So, but then that 10-minute buffer like lets me come in after if I was actually interested in something to kind of come in there with like a little bit of a better energy reset or a better outlook on it. But yeah, this was a great talk still. I mean, good
Yeah.
luck on the rest of the session.
Thanks, Tanya. Good to
And
talk to you too.
ciao, everybody.
All right. See ya. Morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Drunk Radish. What's up, homie? Morning, Cooper. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm glad Tanya's back. Chill guy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How we doing? Everybody cool? Hey, Tracy. What's up? Yeah, so I didn't plan to trade it all today, but I mean, it's doing the thing, so might as well. Um, yeah, I'm happy to get stopped out here for, a 2 ticks. I got a fair bit of stuff off the jump today. I just basically bought this pullback to VWAP and got 6 points and then put 3 lots on here. I got 1 off, 2 off. Obviously the range is pretty small so far today. Just kind of taking these extremely tight stops. I think I had a 3-tick. I think I had a stop right here. So like a 4-tick stop there. Yeah. Today's I'm still on the September contract, so I'm gonna roll tomorrow. I like to roll when I'm not trading, so I have no plans to trade tomorrow. I gotta go swing some irons, try to not end up in a weird situation with the salesperson. I'm not very good at that, so we'll see. I'm not the world's best in those environments. Hello from Kosovo. Well, hello. Hello, Arum. No, I'm just trailing Alistar. Like I've got no I guess like what could I look at? Let me close this. Yeah, I don't really have my I don't have any range stuff up here or anything to really be up to. So yeah, I'm just going to trail this runner for a little over break even. Maybe buy it again if it's down here. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Stopped for a little profit. Never hurt anybody. That's a reference to the podcast that we just put out, by the way. Hey, JP, good morning. The Sovereign Apostle, my man Stowe. Good morning. Good morning. Philip, it's out, buddy. Painting the Tape is live. Paintingthetape.net. I don't want to spend the whole day shilling the thing. But yeah, website's up, baby. Go check it out. 2 podcast episodes. Live on all those places. Website's up. Party on, guys. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Pancash. Good morning, Lido. There you are. Yeah, I trade the open for sure. I'll get back in this guy. May have just got ticked out there. Hey, good morning, Damon. What's up? Too weak to fight. All right. Hey, morning, Apple Butter. Yeah, it's not that I betrayed NQ. I haven't. I still trade it, but yeah, I'm just working on more ES stuff these days, and it's it's been good. It's been good. Oh, thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that, bud. Whoa. Kartik, if you're down 50% today, that's a lot, dude. You should probably go cool off. Remember, you got to stay in the game. That's part of it. I'll try not to talk about this today too much, but that Words of Wisdom podcast that Anthony Crudele did is so good. I've listened to it twice. Really inspiring stuff. Yeah, crazy. I encourage you to go listen to that. And in there, it's like you got to stay in the game. You got to stay in business. So don't blow your whole account on a day, especially this day, rollover day. But yeah, you should all go listen to that podcast. Morning, Larry. Good morning. Czar Trader. When is the 4-way trading showdown? That is September 25th. It's going to be all day. So Leo, XY, Nick, and myself are going to trade 9:30 to noon, and then we'll be back 2:30 to 4 Eastern time, and we're going to trade all at once. Quad box for those Red Zone fans. So it's going to be hilarious. Yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, you can sign up for that. There's another contest going on, so we're not quite the front page. It's a little complicated to sign up for it for now. But yeah, we'll make sure that we're pushing that out hardcore this week and get everybody signed up. Hey, thanks, Charlie Markets. Appreciate that, bud. Oh, Sir Grumbles, where do I like to golf around the Berg? There's so many awesome places to go. I just try to pick a new place I've never been and go. Um, I try not to pay, I don't go anywhere fancy at all. I just go to public courses. Um, but yeah, there's tons of amazing public courses that are, affordable and fun. Oh, my chat's frozen. Oh, there we go. Sean says, would I not expect rollover to be more of a range? I don't know. Not necessarily. I mean, price is still going to do what price is going to do. It doesn't matter if rollover is happening. I mean, we have FOMC on Wednesday. It's not going to, pause to roll. It's going to either be a range or it's going to be, extremes. It's, no idea. So rolling over the contracts. It's like, yeah, a lot of people roll, but at the same time, the market's not going to change just so those folks can roll conveniently at one price. They might have to work for it a little bit depending on what price action is going to do. So no, honestly, I don't expect anything. I try, I try and expect as little as possible. Ooh, who will win the 4-way arena battle? I'm going with XY on that. Ooh, I see. That's the votes coming in. All right, we'll see. We'll see. I pick XY. If I'm getting a side bet in, it's for XY. Hey, good morning, Mark. What's up? Shaq? Is this you for real? Shaq says gold up, VIX up, market up does not make any sense. Well, I don't know how to help you with that. The market does not often make a lot of sense. Jabiron asks, "Hi, what's your trading strat?" Well, it's funny you should ask that. I have started to make an entire course about that, explaining exactly what I'm up to. And you can check that out. The first episode is up on paintingthetape.net. And amongst many other educational resources, we're stoked. We've been building that website for a very long time. And yeah, we're all really excited about today. So you can go check out that first episode on the blog today. It's just a little introduction thing. Also, keep in mind, I'm learning how to use the software to record this stuff. So don't be too hard on me when you watch these videos. Be nice. Oh. Yeah, Neil. That was such a good podcast. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys saw that too. A lot of people trying to make sense of this market this morning. That's weird. JD says this market doesn't make any sense either. I mean, does it normally make sense? Like, what does that mean? Oh, you voted Nick Cooper. Okay, cool. Oh, thanks, John Doe. I appreciate that, bud. We had a lot of help with that. So my goal with this trading gauntlet is not to go down like $12,000 and then need to recover all in one day. So if I can do that, that's the goal. It was cool, Leo. It was cool. It was fun. I won, I was awarded the most insane comeback award. So I'm happy with that. I'll put that second one on here. Yes. I think that's what Jim called it, actually. Well, I don't have, you know, this is going to be a pretty slow day. So if anybody has any questions, I'd love to answer them. Obviously, we're just kind of meandering around at the moment. Mm, I need to hide this dumb thing. It's over here. There we go. That's better. Mm. Yeah, JW, you should probably always be trading uh the contract with the most volume on it. That's the suggestion anyways. Let's see, 1570, 2075. This is coming down now. $60. Let's try to look at this DOM here. Um, it's getting a little wiggly. Yeah, fish. Yeah, we worked on the challenge parameters, Nil, for sure. That's the plan. Is to make it a little more fair. Also a little more realistic too. Size requirement wise for everybody. This sucks. My stop's in a bad spot. I'm gonna get hit there. Fractal asks, when I was playing professional poker, did you get banned from any casinos? No. Number one, no. I was not playing professional poker. I was just playing poker for a living. There is a pretty big difference between those two things. And no, I was never banned from anywhere. I'm nice. Why would I get banned? You don't really get banned for doing weird stuff in poker. I mean, like, it's pretty tough to get banned in poker. Very nice. No, I'm cool. No, I didn't get banned. Why would you think that? Yeah, it's going to be rough to trade all day. I mean, to trade an entire single account all day, the whole day, live with each other, making fun of each other the whole time. That's going to be awesome. Rogue shots. Yeah, I think so. There's going to be a lot of Dom stuff on there. Not from me. XY and Leo are what I would consider to be the resident Dom experts among us. So I'll definitely be looking at them for that content. But yeah, there's already tons of Dom stuff. Just go to the website and start digging through. Ronto thinks XY is going to win with his proprietary squiggly line. It's possible. It's very possible. Brad Hansen, no, this is not a dead body. Not a dead body set up anywhere that I can see. I mean, we can look at let's look at NQ while we're at it. Nope. Well, all this is like, this is a pretty pure trend day right now in NQ. Holding here. Yeah, just slow. This is a lot of absorption up here, but, you know, doesn't mean anything. Because this is passive bid stepping in to support it. So right now we're just in this balance up here. ES a little less so. So I was looking for a little more continuation out of ES. I got into a bad, yeah, this ad was pretty aggressive. I probably should have ticked out of it here and then got back in, but I was answering questions, so took a 3-point stop on that. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Markets 2.5 was like, honestly, my casino, my poker game is entirely based on this edge that is just unique to me. And that is when I sit down at a poker table, everyone there thinks that I am a lot younger than I actually am. I don't know why. I know I look young, which is cool for me. But yeah, so it's just regional too. So it just happens to be around here. Dudes don't really like to get pushed around by kids. So I play with a lot of old guys that like let their ego get in there and really dictate how they play. So I play a very, very simple game. I mostly just, you know, wait for my spots and then I get called down a lot. So it's just kind of like I get to be very nitty. You think the casino has a no duck policy? It's possible. I've never pushed it. Friend 1010 asks, how does one find out the RVOL? Great question. There's actually a, yeah, that's true. Leo, do you, if you're still in here, do you remember, have you ever got that RVOL study to work that Mike made for Jim, for Ninja? We should figure that out. That reminds me, I totally forgot about that thing. I meant to, there's so much to do. RVOL, NT, ND, okay. Cool. Yeah. So the relative volume stuff is this, you know, just a study that exists in Order Flow Labs world. But let me get back to you on that, friend Tintin. Oh, that's right. It sits in region 2. That's true. So we need to make like a pop-out chart for it. Okay. I remember now. Thank you. Memory's not the best. Mark wants to vote for me to win, but if it goes down, his money's on Leo. What the hell does that mean? You think like, so if we all get into a fist fight with each other, you think Leo's gonna win? I don't know. You might be underestimating some people in that equation. I don't know. You sure about that? You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
My favorite. Oh man. Charlie's Market, it's not that they're bad players. They just don't like to lose to people that they consider to be young kids. They're just like all retired, grouchy old dudes. And so it's the edge is insane because it's like, okay, okay. I'll just, like never bluff. So my bluff game doesn't exist. And yeah, just sit there and be patient. Our room has a really good rake back too. So it's like, whatever. You sit there, you get $2 an hour just to stand there. Oh, word. Yep. Same. Yep. That's true. Mark's right. It really is going to depend on the day. If we sell off the day of the contest for some crazy reason, I'm doomed. And you guys all know that too. I'm doomed. We'll be playing a game called How Much Did I Not Lose That Day? And that will be how I win if it's a sell off day. Yeah, Sir Grumbles. That's where I went all the time. It's cool. It's like, unlike most other poker room experiences I've ever had, it's because it's a small town, it's just like got a really local vibe. I think I'll look down here. Jared, that's a good point. Yeah, there's lots of stuff with the back end that we're still figuring out, resolution wise, how to upload stuff in, the best format to make it good. So, yep. I mean, we're gonna now that it's up, we're gonna be constantly tweaking the format stuff and the resolution sizes and that stuff. This is just the framework right now. We're trying to build like kind of a complicated big thing. So it's gonna take some process. But yeah, no, appreciate the feedback for sure. I played 1-3. It didn't really have a 2-5 game there. I have sat at 2-5 PLO once. I am much better at PLO on the internet. It is a lot harder for me to play that in person. I don't know why. Yeah, Leo kind of hates the back end for the website, so we might have to rip the band-aid off on that one. But it exists for now. We wanted to get it up there, so we can get Leo's playbook out. I can start getting mine out. I've got one episode done. I'm gonna roll them out once a week. They're gonna start getting complicated from here, so that's gonna be. It's a lot of work. It's a lot to do to not only analyze your own process, but like try to figure out how to put it into some teachable format where you don't sound like an idiot. It's hard. It's hard to do, man. Hey, nothing wrong with WordPress. I don't have the brain power for high-low volume edge. I don't. I just don't have it. I just don't have that stuff memorized. I don't know how the hell they do it. Have all these different rules of every game and strategies for those games in their minds at the same time. It's wild, dude. You guys are really looking at VIX a lot today. I mean, when you say it's creeping up, like, what do you mean? From 12 to 13? That's just my guess. No, I don't know. I never had a poker face. Not really. I would just the thing I would always do is I would always do the exact same stuff. So like if I was in a hand, I would have my hands in the exact same positions. Um I keep my bet sizing like extremely limited. Just try to like close out as many variables possible. Like because even if you don't have tells, physical tells, someone who loves to look for physical tells is going to try to assign them to you anyway. So you might like accidentally get called because like you took a drink of beer while they're thinking about calling you, you know, even though you were just thirsty. Um, so I would always try to just like completely lock into the exact same motions, the exact same everything. Yes, Happy Crab. I could do a tutorial on that. I mean, it doesn't like really need done. I don't know. uh, yeah, I don't know. Pretty slow, guys. Did everybody have a chance to listen to the podcast episodes? Does anybody want to ask me a question about them? Hopefully not. I really do have so much fun editing those. It is my like true artistic outlet to be able to go in and edit and like I love hearing all my friends talk about markets and stuff anyway, but I get like a front row seat to it all the time and it really is just the best. We're going to keep going, friend Tintin, don't worry. No, Loon, there's two. There's season 1 episode 1 or season 2 episode 1 and then season 2 episode 2. One's just an introduction where we just introduce Nick and XY to the game. So we made a second one where we talk about actual stuff. Robert says, "Is there a big difference between volume per bar and number of trades per bar?" Not really. Anecdotally, I don't know. We use volume instead of tick just because I mean I started on a tick chart, but lots of the studies that we use are all using volume to calculate things. So it's just more of a suitable companion, if that makes any sense, to use volume bars. Nice. Cool. Thanks, Slow Down. Pillar, it's wherever those live, you know. It's on all the typical channels. I don't want to plug anything that's not YouTube, but it's just yeah, it's everywhere. Is being a poker pro or pro trader harder? Well, again, I was never a pro poker player. I don't know where the hell anybody got that idea. I think that maybe you assumed because I spent a year just playing poker that constitutes a professional poker player. No, I was just a guy that needed to make money. I knew that I could go sit at the casino and do that. Which again, I don't recommend anybody do it at all. It's a freaking nightmare. The casino is not a fun place to hang out with all the time. Gene says on the freemium tools for NT, what do you recommend the VWAP gets anchored to? I mean that the anchored VWAP thing is like that's just for you put it wherever you want. How do you use anchored VWAP, right? So like, I mean, you could put it down here if you want. Like here it is anchored from the low. If you want to see the VWAP from the low, it's not doing much different than the VWAP itself. So I wouldn't get too excited about it. But yeah, you can just it's just to move around and put wherever. You can put it on the high and see where you're at in relation to that. It's whatever works for your anchored VWAP strategy, if you have one. You can anchor them to news candles. That's a good idea, Charlie Markets. Very true. Yeah, chill guy. Nick's very funny. You'll figure that out too if you keep listening to those. I guess Andrew, I think trading is easier just because you have to like, I don't know. They're both you got to wait a lot in both disciplines. So there's that. But then also I get to do this from my house. The casino, like you go in there, you have to have a budget for everything. You're dealing with normal people. Again, it's not very fun. You can still smoke cigarettes in mine here. So like, there's that going on. So yeah, trading's better. I mean, I could sit here in sweatpants. Well, I could play poker in sweatpants too. Oh, that's fun. Oh, G McCauley. Yeah, my candle colors still confuse you. Yeah, so they're just colored based on delta activity, not anything else. So, oh, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it, bud. Yeah, it's all free. It's a lot of work, but we do like doing it. So it brings me joy. I don't know. It's a nice like we talk about this a lot. It's a nice secondary pursuit that is still, you know, like correlated to trading, which I love. So it's but I get to flex different muscles over there. I get to use like editing brain. I get to use like um it's a challenge to come up with a way to explain your process in a teachable way. All those different things, I get to do all that stuff. So that's what really makes it fun. And I think it's important as a trader to have something to do. If you love trading, you need other things to do that are trading related also that aren't constantly trading the market. Because if you love trading a lot, you're just going to want to trade all the time. And that's not necessarily a good idea. So one thing you can do to curb that and to funnel that energy into useful pursuits that benefit you in the long run is, find a different side quest, like make a podcast, make a website, make some videos, and I think that also makes you a better trader in the long run too, because you're still diving into the discipline, the craft, you're still working on all those muscles at the same time. So yeah, it's fun. Wow, Andrew. Okay. You are new. 1.5 months into Andrew's trading journey. Okay, cool. Well, good luck. It's fun. It's also, very hard. So give yourself a lot of grace and, define your own uh, win expectations. You get to decide what is a victory and what is a loss. So, set your expectations and go from there. You get to be your own boss, and it's quite the journey. So enjoy it. Yeah, that's true. Andrew, you're really lucky. You get to watch people trade like for real in front of you. We didn't have that before at all. Oh, fair enough, Andrew. That's cool. No, Charlie Markets, I don't. Um, I don't have any edge playing No Limit Home and Hold'em online. I do still do it for fun. I play mostly PLO online, but again, PLO is like flipping coins. I just do that for fun too. Yeah, Andrew, that could be cool. Andrew says, "Would you suggest I make content as I learn to become a trader?" Yeah, if it doesn't get in the way of your process and all the things that you're learning, no reason not to. I found that one of the best ways that I'm able to journal is, just I get to have like 10 hours of my trading live is my journal every week. So, as long as you can be honest with yourself and uh honest with other people about how you're doing, I think that that could definitely be a great benefit for you. Just don't get caught up in all the dumb stuff that comes along with, creating trading content because it's a pretty gross, trappy world. There's um, no need to be greasy about it, if you know what I mean. Kellen Kyle, do I get rewarded for backtesting strategies in the past? No. I don't have anything that I backtest in any sort of way that any backtests I've ever done have been manual backtests where I'm just going back through physically executing on, different market environment days and times just to see how I can handle it. How does my strategy work? Is my execution good or bad? That sort of stuff. So like cool thing about replay, and you can go back and look at tick. There's some companies you can use. You can go back and look at tick data from like 2020, and you can see like, oh, what was the COVID tape like, or like, oh, what was this like? And that's helpful just to go see if you can survive that kind of regime. But most of the stuff I do is so discretionary. It's hard to backtest it. I can't automate anything that I'm doing. So I'm not running manual back tests like that. No. Morning, man, dude. Hey, what's up, brother? How are you? Okay, this Mille Lacs is also 1.5 months into their trading journey. This is cool. Good for you guys. Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, welcome. Yeah, this is a good community. Lots of great folks in here in the chat all the time. Lots of, different kinds of traders on this show. Something to learn from everybody. So, yeah, just hang out and take your time. Stay in sim until you know what you're up to. And yeah. That's good. That's good, man, dude. Andrew, I don't know if you're being serious, so I don't know. I don't know how to tell you. The one thing that no one else can tell you what to do is when you should exit and enter trades. That is all. That's all up to you, bud. What an interesting day. I'm kind of a little disappointed in the final day of September contract. Maybe I should have been a little more open-minded about this day. Overnight was, Europe was like 100% short, and then straight up from there. Wild. Yeah, this is really a perfect trend day on NQ. I mean, opening drive up, just VWAP retests. It's not the world's strongest trend ever, but when we're staying, this is going to be the next video I have to make. So this is going to be the hard part, is explaining the variations of trend. Like, I would consider this medium strong. This is like bullish neutral. We're living in the top half still. This is also very clean, which is unlike NQ. So, but if the bands aren't really sloping too hard, so yeah, this is more just balance up here, I think, for the rest, at least for the rest of the morning. We'll see what it's like for me and Nick. Nick, if you're watching, I'm sure this is going to be a beautiful 0-point range later for us to hang out in. Samuel, I don't look for SMTs. I've found that I trade those way differently than it's kind of taught in that community. So I don't know. I'm usually going for continuation one way or the other. So if I see the ES has made a new high and NQ has not made a new high, I'm not fading ES there. I'm trying to be long NQ, if that makes any sense. And I think that that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do for the SMT thing. I don't know. I do definitely look at ES and NQ simultaneously all the time as a rule. And I use their behavior as they are affecting each other to trade one or the other. No, Andrew, I do not trade gold. Gold does not like me very much. Yeah, Lido, I watch them both for sure. And not time frames. I'm just looking at volume charts still. So I've got 3,000 on ES still. I haven't bumped it down. And then NQ is 750. Nah, I don't snowboard or ski, bud. The only athletic thing I do is I run quite a bit, but that's it. Sure. Yes, it's paintingthetape.net, PNW Life. Running from the law does not count. That's fair. I'm not a criminal. I don't know why. I don't know why I've seemingly got this weird bad rap in here. You guys think that I'm getting kicked out of casinos, number one. That's weird. Do you know how insane you have to be banned from a casino? Do you realize the people that are allowed to be in casinos all the time? So you think I could be banned from a casino? I don't understand. I don't understand what I've done to you people to make you feel like I'm some sort of loose cannon. I agree, for Tintin. I agree. It feels like a personal attack. I've got bad boy energy. Yes. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go instead of going to a golf club fitting tomorrow, maybe I'll go to the leather jacket store instead. Oh. Okay. Kartik says something. I've been trading live for 2 weeks, and today I overtraded, ended up 50% down. Same thing happened last week. In backtest, I was calm, but live, I make mistakes. Is that normal at the start? How do I fix it? Yes. Yeah, of course it's normal. In sim, there's no risk. Nothing bad can happen. In live, you can lose money. So yeah, there's a huge difference. There's a huge mental component with like trading the real market versus not trading the real market. Yeah, the other thing is like you kind of have to know as you go. It could take years for you to figure this out, and that's fine. But you have to have some sort of understanding about the kind of days that you do well at and succeed in, and the kind of days that you don't. And then what is the quickest way that you can recognize that day type in the moment? And once you can do that, then you can have much more manageable expectations for your day and how you would like your day to um, just flesh out, if that makes any sense. So, like, today is a big rollover day. Volume is going from one contract to another. So I already know my order flow edge is cut in half. So I'm basically just doing price action things. And if I'm doing anything at all, I'm keeping them very short, very small. Um, I don't have high expectations for this day. I just don't, because it's roll day. It's moving at the speed of snails right now. So I won't overtrade this because I just know this is something that's easily overtradable. Once you get enough of those days where you have overtraded days that you shouldn't have, you can develop the muscle memory of this is the kind of thing I should be avoiding. I remember this day setting up like this, and this is what happened. So just keep track of those feelings that you're having, and keep track of your performance as you notice patterns, and then you can develop these rules and guidelines for yourself, because everybody has to have different ones. Like, this could be somebody's awesome day and someone's bad day at the same time. Like, NQ is making new highs and it's being viciously bought right now. ES is just standing here. Who knows if somebody's having a great day or a bad day? But once you learn how you trade, then you can be in more control over when you decide to interact with the market, and you can stop yourself from having outlier loss days. I will say you should never have a day where you lose 50% of your account. That's a lot. You should always have a daily loss limit in place that protects a majority of your capital from yourself. So I would look into that for sure. Frintintin, that's true. I could start smoking cigs again. That's probably not a healthy choice, but boy, would I love to. That's why I can't mess with nicotine at all ever again, is because I know I'd be right back, straight back in. Someone's like, have us in. I'm like, nope, you don't understand. You don't understand my relationship with this stuff. I'd be right back on the pack. For real. That's true, XY. Not a big fan of the man, if anybody's noticed. No, Steven. I would, but I have 10 seconds left in this show, so no, I can't pull up a Russell chart. Maybe I'll build one this afternoon if I'm not doing anything else. That could be fun. All right. Well, this has been the morning show. Thanks for hanging out on this nice little slow roll week. Thanks for your support already. It's nice to see everybody checking all this stuff out that me, Leo, and XY and Nick did. Makes us feel good. I'll be back this afternoon with Nick. Hopefully trading a market that isn't frozen in place, but you never know. I'll try to think of some cool questions for Nick later, so we're not just staring at each other. All right. I appreciate you all. Yeah. See you this afternoon, folks.